ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಸಲ ಈ ಕಡೆ ತಲೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಓಪನ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಓಪನ್ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದೊಂದು 10-15 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅವರದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಲಿಂಕ್
ಆ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ?
ಅದೇ ಲಿಂಕ್
ಈಗ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ?
ಇಲ್ಲ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದು ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮಿಂಗ್ ಇದೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಓ ಮ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರ್ ಸಿಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿಯಾ ಓಕೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ? ಇದು ತೆಗಿತಾನೆ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಇರಲಿ ಬಿಡಿ ಇದು ಹೇಗೆ ಪಾಸ್
ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿಲ್ಲ
ಹಾಂ ತೆಗಿಲ್ಲ
ಅನ್ಲಾಕ್
ಈಗ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾದ್ರೆ
ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಇದಾಗುತ್ತೆ
ತೆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಡಿಲೀಟ್ ಓ ಇದು ಆಡಿಯೋ ಈಗೇನಾ ಅದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಕಳಿಸಿ ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ
ಅದು 40 seconds delay.
You will be nearer to heaven through football than through the study of Bhagavad Gita, said Swami Vivekananda, one of the greatest spiritual scientists once. He had realized that sports not only makes physically strong, develops many sportive qualities in a man, which also helps one to be mentally strong. We believe in the same, and hence today we have all gathered to reiterate the same by organizing this amazing workshop. Good morning, one and all present here. I take this golden opportunity to welcome you all for the 6-day Sports Science Workshop organized by Department of Physical Education, Mangalore University. Myself, Shreyakesh from Department of Physical Education and your host for today's inaugural function of Sports Science Workshop. Ladies and gentlemen, without taking too much of time, let's begin. I request Chief Guest, Professor P.L. Dharma, Registrar, Evaluation, Mangalore University, Mangalore. Guest of Honor, Dr. Subrata De, Sports Scientist, Sai, NERC Manipur. President and Organizing Secretary of this workshop, Dr. Zerold Santosh D'Souza, Dean, Faculty of Education, Syndicate Member and Chairman Director of Department of Physical Education, Mangalore University. Convener of this workshop, Dr. Prasanna B.K., Assistant Director, Department of Physical Education. Joint Convener, Dr. Ramesh Hechin, Assistant Director, Department of Physical Education. I request Dr. Prasanna B.K. to escort the guests to the dais. Prayer delights God's ear. It melts his heart. To seek his blessings, I request Mr. Vinay to lead us in prayer.
ಫಲದಾಯಕ ನೀನೇ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಫಲದಾಯಕ ನೀನೇ ವಿನಾಯಕ ನೀ ಫಲದಾಯಕ ನೀನೇ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಫಲದಾಯಕ ನೀನೇ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಕಾರ್ಯಾರಂಭದಿ ಕರೆಸುವ ನಿನ್ನನು ಕಾರ್ಯಪಾಲಿಸು ಮಗೆ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಫಲದಾಯಕ ನೀನೇ ವಿನಾಯಕ ವಿದ್ಯಾರಂಭದಿ ವಿಧಿಸುವೆ ನಿನ್ನನು ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಪಾಲಿಸು ಮಗೆ ವಿನಾಯಕ ಫಲದಾಯಕ ನೀನೇ ವಿನಾಯಕ.
Thank you, Vinay. A good start is marked by a great welcome, and to do the same, I request Dr. Prasanna B.K., Convener, Sports Science Workshop, to welcome the esteemed gathering.
A very good morning to all. It is my pleasure and privilege to welcome you all this inaugural function, 6 days national workshop on sports science research organizing by the Department of PG Studies and Research Science in Physical Education, Sports, Mangalore University. Today, Chief Guest, first and foremost, I would like to welcome the Chief Guest of Professor P.L. Dharma, Sir, Registrar Evaluation, Mangalore University, who always been an encouraging person. I hearty welcome you, sir, this 6 days national workshop. I welcome you, sir, once again. We are really proud to have with us Mr. Subrata Dey, sports scientist, Sai, NERC, Manipur. As our guest of honor, on behalf of the university, I welcome you, sir, to this 6 days national workshop. I once again welcome you, sir. I heartily welcome President of this inaugural function, Dr. Gerard Santos D'Souza, our faculty, education dean, syndicate members, and organizing secretary this program, and chairman, director, Department of Physical Education, Mangalore University. He is an active and energetic and more very good academician. Sir, you welcome this workshop program, sir. I take this opportunity welcome my best friend and my colleague, Joint Convener, Dr. Ramesh Sachin, Assistant Director. Once again, welcome my best friend this workshop. And I also welcome Mangalore University Vice Chancellor, Registrars and Finance Officers, all the department chairpersons and syndicate members, academic councils, and all the faculty of different departments of this university functions. Welcome all these 6 days national workshops on sports science research participants in 6 days workshop getting a benefit out of it. Welcome press and media persons of this inaugural function of this workshop. I take the opportunities to welcome my department faculty members, office bearers, my lovely students of MPed and BPed students, our department, welcome once again all my students, these programs. Last and but not the least, with the joy and happiness, welcome all the participants of and in the inevitable of this workshop and others program my professional colleagues. I once again, I welcome everyone present here for this 6 days national workshop. Giving opportunity, thank you one and all.
Thank you, and I welcome you too, sir. Further, I request Ms. Deepika, second year MP trainee, to welcome the chief guest of today's inauguration program, Professor P.L. Dharma, by presenting a sapling. I request Ms. Anusha to welcome guest of honor, Dr. Subrata Dey. And Mr. Vijay, first year MPA trainee, to welcome our beloved Organizing Secretary and Director of Physical Education Department, Dr. Gerard Santos D'Souza. Thank you all. Without further ado, let's get started with the program by lighting the lamp to seek Almighty's blessing for the success of the event. I request everyone to join their hands as a mark of respect.
Somebody can help us?
Shubham karoti kalyanam arogyam dhana sampada shatru buddhi vinashaya deepajyoti namostute deepajyoti namostute. Thank you all. Professor P.L. Dharma holds a degree in political science, has 32 years of total teaching experience in Department of Political Science, Mangalore University. Successfully, 8 research scholars have finished their research under him and 7 more are working. Professor P.L. Dharma shows keen interest in the field of politics of inclusion, identity politics, political sociology. He has successfully presented papers at 12 international and 54 national workshops, presently rendering his service as Registrar Evaluation at Mangalore University. Dear sir, the audience would like to listen from you. Over to you, sir.
Namaste to all friends. Dr. Santosh, Dr. Subhita Day, welcome to Mangalore University. My 2 young colleagues, Dr. Grumesh and Dr. Prasanna, all young friends. I'm really excited to be here in a place where I have no place. I'm not a sports person to either to speak on, neither on sports, nor on science, nor on research. As a sports lover, I thought I'll come and then spend some time with you, also share a few things which I think is close to my heart, that's called research. I congratulate the department for doing a wonderful job and getting students from different places of Karnataka, and particularly a young friend, a scientist, that's what I'm told, a scientist all the way from North India, Subrata Saab. This is one of the finest places in Karnataka, where we've been producing wonderful sports persons and also good sports mind as far as the entire world of sports is concerned. We have so much of prosperity, so much of prospective, national, international sports individuals coming up. And Mangalore University has the credit of also producing wonderful students. And I feel this is one of the befitting programs that you people have organized. Therefore, on behalf of Honorable Vice Chancellor, Mangalore University, our entire Mangalore University staff, I congratulate the Department of Sports and the team leader for this wonderful idea of not just conducting sports, also thinking of research. As a teacher, my dear friends, I know that, today nothing remains unless otherwise you have some understanding of what you do. Most of us think that the practical is better than also the mind. Therefore, thinking not necessarily be a very important component of what we do today. If you are good in physics, if you are good in your health, and then you think that, your mind need not work. Most of us believe that mind has nothing to do with what we do, routine, in terms of our routine activities. Take care of mind, take care of body so much, go to gym, maintain good muscles, becomes absolutely attractive physique, so that people recognize you, and you maintain a very absolutely good physique, so that people recognize you. Not only recognize, people speak of you so much, and that's how we spend so much time on maintaining body, and sometimes also to maintain the timings. Today's sports means time, be it relay, whatever, you maintain time. Time matters so much. Time is closely connected to the research that you're talking about, which I would rather tell you a little later. In the course of maintaining your body, and then keeping all your body parts so well and then proper, most of us believe that this has no, value. My dear friends, there are fundamentals that needs to be transformed, not in the body, but in the mind itself. Research is one area where it doesn't care about what is your body, what happens, because we have always seen in Paralympics, we do not have the bodybuilders. Though we have bodybuilders, we do not have people who maintain their physique. but they have absolutely wonderful brain. They have absolutely wonderful, calculations in the mind. And that's how they're being absolutely more successful than people like us who enjoy all the parts in their, proper positions. What I'm trying to tell you is, my dear friends, research is one component that has been integral to throughout the civilization, where every individual, one or the other way, has been a researcher. But of late today, given the lifestyle, most of us thought research can take its own course of time. I'm a student of Kautilya's Arthashastra. Kautilya also speaks of a quote which is very important to all of us. He cares nothing to body. And his important problem is not body. His important problem is how you think, how you realize. Realizing the problem, understanding the crux of the problem, understanding the originality of the problem is fundamentally important as far as Kautilya is concerned. We do care nothing about this today. We most of the time do not understand what is the problem that we have today, neither in the education system, nor in the university, nor at family, whatever. You don't understand problem, but you become absolutely liberal, so friendly in offering solutions. Solutions are given without understanding the problem. India has n number of problems. You speak any area, you have problem. Higher education? Yes, you have. Sports? Yes. Politics of sports? Yes. But what is the problem? How do you understand it? Where do you start from? Therefore, if at all you speak of sports, science of sports, sports science, and somewhere at the end of the day you also speak of research, you need to worry as to how to understand the problem related to a subject which is close to us. I teach a subject, at least I must know, not if not 100%, at least 10% of the fundamentals of the area. Sports. What are those major problems that the sports have today? Unless you research, unless you understand, you don't know exactly what it is. You have a backdoor entry, steroids kind of things, where success is achieved. You have seen all these things. You have always seen alternative ways of getting the achievements or getting the records. But what is your problem? My dear friends, most of you have seen the world, and most of you also, wander the world as well. And I want you to see that you at your own level become a great researcher, not in the sense what researcher does, but somebody who understands the problem properly. To understand a problem, you need to have a methodology. Most of us fail to do that. I know Dr. Santosh, he gives me an information saying that this is what exactly happens in athletics. This is what happens in, excellent and wide areas. And I understand what he says because I know him, I trust him, he's a good friend of mine. Sports doesn't depend upon somebody's suggestion. Sports is something, nothing depends upon somebody's suggestion. Sports is one area where, nothing depends upon what somebody speaks about, unless and otherwise you understand it. There are absolutely talented, cricketers today. Most of you watch IPL. Most of you see, I understand, enjoy IPL because it creates excitement. Not that there is so much of sportsmanship in that. It creates excitement. Therefore you enjoy. Limited over, limited time, so much of compression, so much of money, so much of crime. All those blah 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 makes you to be so compelled to do something within the time. What is the politics involved? What is it that is involved so much in that? Is it only the money that matters so much? Is it only the franchises that matter so much? Therefore, my dear friends, see that there is something that you need to think about. This is about research I'm talking about, particularly about methodology that you need to adopt in understanding. Second, please don't mistake me, all my young friends from the Department of Sports. it's not that easy for you to handle just because you are a good sportsman. So nandu body chennagide, Superintendent, give me, excuse me, because I use few Kannada words. Nandu body chennagide, nandu time is chennagide, nandu diet chanda ide, diet anyway you understand. Nandu diet chanda ide, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಫುಡ್ ತಗೊಳ್ತಾನೆ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಬೇರೆ ಏನು ಬೇಡ. My dear friends, all those things are absolutely fine. ನಿಮ್ಮದು ಮಾತು ಚಂದ ಇದೆಯಾ? ನಿಮಗೆ ಭಾಷೆ ಬರ್ತದಾ? Do you speak a good language? Are you capable of communicating what you want to communicate, which is absolutely fundamental to your research? I'm a good researcher. I'm a wonderful researcher. I can be a wonderful international researcher. But am I able to put it properly so that I'm able to communicate which you understand easily? So that you are capable of creating problems in what I say? Sports is one area where you can't do without a language. No science can be a science without a proper language. So experiments anta ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ನಾನು, ನನಗೆ experiments anta ಬರ್ತದೆ, train ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ, field ಅಲ್ಲಿ I can be a fire, I can be anything, I can be a cracker. Everything is fine if you don't have a language. My second important request is research presupposes, and research presupposes language, very, very clear language. If you don't do this, I don't think that, look at all these things, they all have a language. Look at these designs that are being designed by a scientist, architects, designers, they fit into different bodies and mind, they fit into also a kind of body to me, fit into a body of Dr. Keshamurthy, fit into a body of anything. They are prepared with so much of science. Every small product has a science. Every small product, a microphone that I'm speaking also has a beautiful science in it. Wonderful science in it. Ellilla science. Adre science ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾಷೆಗೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಹೃದಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಾಟುವಾಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ನವರು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು ಭಾಷೆ ಮೇಲೆ. Superintendent sir, I want all these sports people to concentrate more on language, which becomes absolutely important as far as sports are concerned. Second, let me speak of three things quickly and then immediately disappear. I was thinking, as a non-sportsman, what do I speak to youngsters who are here for the workshop? They speak of the science, whatever. The first thing I said, whatever may be problem, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು, I can speak, I can loud, I can reach to them, no problem. Am I audible now? Yeah. Let be any event, let it be any work, whatever you do, whatever you don't worry about it. Focus on the subject that is given to you. My dear friends, ನಮಗೆ ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳಿಗೆ, ಆಡಳಿತದವರಿಗೆ, ಲೀಡರ್ಸ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಇರುವ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕೊರತೆ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು ನಮಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 100 ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಬರ್ತವೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಲೆ ಒಳಗಡೆ. 100 solutions in your mind and you are capable of giving solutions. Everybody becomes absolutely like a bank. You give solutions to everybody. For what problem? So ಒಂದು ಸೈಡ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಮೂರು ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಇಶ್ಯೂನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು you have to understand. Because you have understood, these products have been brought up. Because you have understood all those, whatever scientific research that has been gone in, and they have been also seen in terms of great products. ಯಾವುದನ್ನ ಬಳಸಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ ದೇಹದ ಭಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾವುದನ್ನ ಬಳಸಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ ದೇಹದ ಭಾಗವನ್ನ ಬೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಸರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಯಾವುದನ್ನ ಬಳಸಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸನ್ನ ಸರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು. ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ಸಚ್ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ? ವಾಟ್ ಡು ಅಲ್ಟಿಮೇಟ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಡೂ? ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಕ್ರಿಕೆಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಬಿಟ್ವೀನ್ ಪಾಕಿಸ್ತಾನ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ವಿಲ್ ಡೂ? The Pakistan India cricket match would only bring people together. They would love each other, they would trust each other, they would behave like family. Adu sports the spirit, adu sportsman spirit anta karitare. ಒಡೆದು ಹೋದ ಹೃದಯಗಳನ್ನು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಬರುವ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಮೆನ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅದಿಲ್ವಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಯಾಕೆ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಮೆನ್ಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಥರದ್ದು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಾಣ್ತೀವಿ? ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಸೀನ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚರ್ ಔಟ್ಸೈಡ್ ಬಾಡಿ. ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹೇಗಾಗುತ್ತೋ ಅದು ಮನಸ್ಸಿನ ಒಳಗೂ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ದೇಹದ ಒಳಗೂ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಈ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ಗಳು ಒಳಗಾಗದಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಸ್ಪಿರಿಟ್ಗಳು ಕಾಣೆ ಆಗ್ತವೆ. ಒಂದು ದೇಹ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಚಂದ ಟ್ರೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ದೇಹ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಮನಸ್ಸು ಮಾತ್ರ ಇರೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ದ ಪಾಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಅವೈಲೇಬಲ್ ಇನ್ ಪಾಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ದಟ್ ಯು ಸಿ ಔಟ್ಸೈಡ್ ಇನ್ ವಿಧಾನಸಭಾ ಅಂಡ್ ಲೋಕಸಭಾ. ಪಾಲಿಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ರ್ಯಾಂಪಂಟ್ ಇನ್ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಏರಿಯಾ ಆಸ್ ವೆಲ್. ಅದು ಯಾಕೆಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತು ಇದೆರಡನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಒಂದು. ಎರಡನೇದು, ಫಾರ್ ದ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಫ್ಯೂ ಇಯರ್ಸ್, ಡೋಂಟ್ ವರಿ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಪ್ರೀ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ ಇಂಡಿಪೆಂಡೆಂಟ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟ ಹಾಗೆ ಆಗಿರುವ ಇನ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಸಿ ದಿ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಇನ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ದಟ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಗಾಟ್ ಇನ್ ಟು. ಎಂಥ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಗಳು ನಡೆದಿದ್ದಾವೆ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ಇದೊಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪ್ರಪಂಚ ಇದು. ಇವತ್ತು ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಇವತ್ತು ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ನ ಹಿಂದುಗಡೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಟೈಕೂನ್ಸ್ಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಬಿಸ್ನೆಸ್ ಟೈಕೂನ್ಸ್ಗಳಿರ್ಬೋದು. There must be international, fund, that is flown into the sports activities as well. But look at the finest, inventions that have come up. Thanks to the research, thanks to people like scientists doing wonderful job in science, Sports Authority of India, and they're trying to see what best can be done. I'm excited to see the way the inventions come up to help the physically differently abled people. ದೇವರು ನಿಮಗೆ ದೇಹ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಆದರೆ ಈ ದೇವರು ಅನುಕೂಲ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡೋದ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಅವರ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಆಗಿರುವಂಥ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಇನ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾವೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಅವರ ಮೊರೇಲ್ ಬೂಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿರುವ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲರ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಟು ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಟು ದ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಟು ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಸ್ವೇರ್ ಇನ್ ದ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್, ಅವರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ಮೇನ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿರೋದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ಣೆದುರಿಗೆ ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮಂಥ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ಸ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಕಂಗ್ರ್ಯಾಚುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಬಟ್ ಅಟ್ ದ ಸೇಮ್ ಟೈಮ್, ಮೈ ಡಿಯರ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್, ಲುಕ್ ಅಟ್ ದ ಇನ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ಸ್ ದಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ ಎಲ್ಸ್ವೇರ್. ಒಂದು ಡಿಜಿಟಲ್ ವಾಚ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಗಂಟೆ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ನಿಮ್ದು BP ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ನಿಮ್ದು ಶುಗರ್ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ? ವೇರ್ ಆರ್ ವಿ ರೀಚಿಂಗ್ ಟು? ನೀನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ದಿವಸ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಚಿಪ್ ಅನ್ನ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಪೈನಲ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ಗೆ ಆ್ಯಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಓದ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ ನಾನು. ಒಂದು ಚಿಪ್, ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಫೋನ್ ಬೇಡ ನಿಮಗೆ, ಇದು ಬೇಡ, ಏನು ಬೇಡ, ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಪೈನಲ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಆಪರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್ಜರಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಎ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಚಿಪ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಇನ್ಸರ್ಟೆಡ್ ದಟ್ ಟೇಕ್ಸ್ ಕೇರ್ ಆಫ್ ಎವ್ರಿಥಿಂಗ್. ಅದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಥರದ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳದ್ದು ಅಡ್ವೈಸ್, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತದೆ ಏನಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಅಟ್ ಲೀಸ್ಟ್ ಟು ಮೇಕ್ ಯು ಅವೇರ್ ಆಫ್ ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನಿಂಗ್. ನೀವು ಕೆಟ್ಟದಾಗ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ, ನೀವು ಕೆಟ್ಟದಾಗ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೈಂಡ್ ರೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಅನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಆರ್ಟಿಫಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆನ್ಸ್ ಬಳಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡುವ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳು ನಾಳೆ ನಾವು ಕಾಣ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇನ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ಅದಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಸಿಂಪ್ಲಿ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ ಅಪಾನ್ ದ ಇನ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ಸ್. ಯು ಆರ್ ಟು ಯಂಗ್. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಬೇರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗಿಂತಲೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ನವ್ರ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಬೇರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗಿಂತಲೂ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಅಂಡ್ ಯುವರ್ ಮೈಂಡ್ ವರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಸೋ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲಿ, ರೊಮ್ಯಾಂಟಿಕಲಿ. ದೇರ್ಫೋರ್ don't always depend upon the inventions that is already made. Don't be the slave of the inventions that is already being made. ಯಾಕೆ ಇದಾಗಲೇಬೇಕು, ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದೇ ಇರಬೇಕು ಥ್ರೂಔಟ್ ಮೈ ಲೈಫ್. ಟ್ರೈ ಟು ಇನ್ವೆಂಟ್. ನೀವು ಒಂದು ಇನ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ ಅನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ತುಂಬ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತದೆ. ಈ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೋಗುವಾಗ ಟ್ರೈ ಟು ಲುಕ್ ಫಾರ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಯು ಇನ್ವೆಂಟ್ ಎನ್ ಐಡಿಯಾ or you have an idea so that somebody, some group of people are being helped. ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಶಾಲೆಗೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಕಾಲೇಜ್ಗೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಷ್ಟು ಅಮ್ಮಂದಿರು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಈ ದೇಶದ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ದೇಹದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಾಳಜಿಯೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೆಣ್ಣುಮಕ್ಕಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅನುಭವದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಸಂಶೋಧನೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ಇನ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನೋಡಿ. ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲೇ ಇರುವಾಗ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಯು ಥಿಂಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಸೊ ದಟ್ ದೇ ಡೂ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಎಕ್ಸರ್ಸೈಸ್. ಅಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಬಸ್ನಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಟ್ರಾವೆಲ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಧರ್ಮದವರು ಈ ರುದ್ರಾಕ್ಷಿ ಮಾಲೆ ಥರ ಇರುವ ಮಾಲೆಯನ್ನು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ರ ನೀವು? ಹಾಂ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೌರವ ಕೊಡಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಅವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಏನೋ ಆಟ ಗಿಟ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರ್ಬೇಡಿ. ಮಾಲೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹಿಂಗೆ ತಿರುಗಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಬುದ್ಧಿಸ್ಟ್ಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಐವ್ ಸೀನ್ ಮಾಮಡನ್ಸ್ ಡೂ ಇಟ್, ಕ್ರಿಶ್ಚಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಡೂ ಇಟ್, ಹಿಂದೂಗಳು ಹಿರಿಯರಾದವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಕೂತಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವಾಗ ದೇಹವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ರೇಖಿ ವಿದ್ಯೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಅಂಗಾಂಗಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡಿ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಲೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಟ್ಟಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಸರಿಯಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಟ್ಟಿ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ಸರಿಯಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಟ್ಟಿ ಮೋಷನ್ ಸರಿಯಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ಕಥೆಯೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ. ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಯು ಇನ್ವೆಂಟ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ so that the women, mothers who work behind your success will also be helped without coming to the stage, without coming to the sports ground? Can you think of something to women who have not seen the outside world so that they also keep the body so better? Their mind is more better than us. ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗಿಂತಲೂ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಅಮ್ಮಂದಿರ್ದು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋರು. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂಥವರಿಗೆ ದೈಹಿಕವಾಗಿ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ದೈಹಿಕವಾಗಿ ಸದೃಢವಾಗಿರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಯು ಥಿಂಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್? 3 and the last one. Most of us have invented, most of us also have understood the problem, and many of us have not applied it. Application ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ, ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ, ಕಾರ್ಯಗತಗೊಳಿಸುವ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಹಿಂದೆ ಇರುವಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾರೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. We have a wonderful plans. Look at the way how our economy thinks about. ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರ್ತದೆ GDP ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ಗೆ 24ಕ್ಕೆ? ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ರೀತಿ GDPಯನ್ನು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋರು ಯಾರೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡರ್ಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಹೇಗೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಸ್ಕೇಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಅಪ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ. ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಇಷ್ಟು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಬಡತನ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಈಗ 23%, ನಾಳೆ 18%ಗೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ, ಕೆಳಗೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಬಡತನ. ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್. ನಮ್ದು ಲೈಫ್ ಸ್ಕೇಲ್ 42 ವರ್ಷ ಇತ್ತು, ನಾಳೆ 50 ವರ್ಷ ಆಗುವ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಇದೆ, ಅಪ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಆಯಿತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಕುಲೇಷನ್ಸ್ಗಳು ಏನು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ, ಆದರೆ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು ಯಾರು ಕೂಡ ಕಾರ್ಯಗತಗೊಳಿಸುವಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಸಂತೋಷ್ ಸರ್ ನನಗೊಂದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಒಂದು ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅವರು ಕೌನ್ಸಿಲ್ ಕರೆದು ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಇದು ನಾಳೆ 1 ವಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು. 1 ವಾರ ಆಯಿತು, 2 ವಾರ ಆಯಿತು, 3 ವಾರ ಆಯಿತು, ಆಗಿ ಪೋಸ್ಟ್ಪೋನ್ ಆಯಿತು, ಸರ್ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ನೋವಾಯಿತು, ಸರ್ ಕೊರೋನಾ ಬಂತು, ಅದು ಬಂತು, ದುಡ್ಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಫೈನಾನ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ 100 ರೀಸನ್ಸ್ ವೈ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ನಾಟ್ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೆಡ್. ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಈಸ್ ದಿಸ್. ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಐಡಿಯಾಗಳಿಗೆ ಏನು ಕೊರತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಆದರೆ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಇದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಅನ್ವಯಿಸುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ನವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅನ್ವಯಿಸಿ. ಇಟ್ ಡಸಂಟ್ ಬಿಲಾಂಗ್ ಟು ಯು, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಯು ಗೈಸ್ ಆರ್ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ಸ್. Your mind and the body works almost together. They are synced very systematically, and you should be model to everybody. And you should be an exclusive, extraordinary characters in the society, so that the implementation part becomes your priority. ಕಳೆದ ವರ್ಷ ನಂದು 3 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಂದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಗೋಲ್ಡ್ ಮೆಡಲ್ ಮಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡೆ. 3 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್. ಎಷ್ಟು 3 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ಸ್ ಅಂದರೆ 3 ಸರಿ ಉಸಿರಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಅಷ್ಟೇ ತಾನೇ ಗೋಪಾಲ್ ಕೇಶವ್ ಸರ್? ಅಷ್ಟೇ ತಾನೇ? ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಈ ವರ್ಷ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ದಿವಸ ಓಡಬೇಕು, ದಿವಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಅದು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಇದು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಯು ಡೂ ಇಟ್. ಖಂಡಿತ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಯಾರಿಟಿ ಬರುವಾಗ ನಿಮಗೆ ಅದಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇವರು 3 ವರ್ಷ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಈಗ. ಅಂಡ್ ಯುವರ್ ವಿನ್ನರ್, ಗೋಲ್ಡ್ ಮೆಡಲ್ ವಿನ್ನರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಟೈಮ್. ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರಿ ನೀವು, ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋದ್ರಿ ನೀವು. ಇದು ನಿಮಗೆ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, ಅದು ಕಲೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಬರುವಾಗ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ ನಾವು? ದಟ್ ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ಯು ಡೋಂಟ್ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಪೀಪಲ್. ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿರೋರನ್ನ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ದಿಸ್ ದ ರೀಸನ್ ವೈ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಟು ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ದಿ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್, ಐ ಮೀನ್ ದ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್, unlike the other people, because they have many problems, but let you guys be model, so that you all work together to implement, taking no time. ನಾಳೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಡೆಡ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಡೆಡ್ಲೈನ್. Tomorrow by morning this time I want to see that this happens. If Dr. Santosh tells me this, I should do it by evening only, this evening only. I don't have to wait for tomorrow. ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಸ್ಪಿರಿಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ನವರಿಂದ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ದೈಹಿಕವಾಗಿ, ಮಾನಸಿಕವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ವೈಸ್ ನೀವು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ, ಮತ್ತು ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಇರಲೇಬೇಕಾದ ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯತೆ ನಿಮಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನೀವು ಹೀಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ. ಅಂಡ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಡನ್ ಇಟ್. ಗ್ರೀಕನ್ನು ಯಾಕೆ ನೀವು ರೆಫರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ? ಐ ಹೋಪ್ ದೀಸ್ ಗೈಸ್ ರೀಡ್ ಗ್ರೀಕ್ಸ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಟೈಮ್. ಗ್ರೀಕ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಥರ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಟನ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಲೀಡರ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರೂ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸಾಯಿ ಸರ್ ಕೇಳಿ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ, ಅವರು ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲೂ ಮಾಡಿರ್ಬೋದು. ಗ್ರೀಕ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಣ್ಣದದು, ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಸಿಟಿ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಸ್ ಇತ್ತದು. ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಸಿಟಿ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಸ್, ಯಾವ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಟನ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಲೀಡರ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ತಗೊಳ್ತಾರೆ ರಾಜ, ಇದಾಗಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಅಂಡ್ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಮೆನ್ ಡಿಡ್ ಇಟ್. ನೋ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಟನ್ಸ್. ಅದು ಗ್ರೀಕ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಆವಾಗ ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ಲದಿರುವ ಬಹಳ ಹಳೆಯ ಕಾಲದ ನಾಗರಿಕತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅದಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಹೊಸ ನಾಗರಿಕತೆ ಇರುವ ನೀವು ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ? ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನೋ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇರಬೇಕಲ್ಲ. ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್? ದೇಹ ಒಳಗಡೆ, ದೇಹ ನಮಗೆ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಬರೋಕ್ಕೆ, ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬರೋದು. ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ವಾಂಟ್ ದಿ ಬಾಡಿ ಟು ಕಮ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್, ಐ ವಾಂಟ್ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಟು ಕಮ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್. ಲೆಟ್ ದಿಸ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ವರ್ಕ್ಶಾಪ್ bring your mind together so that your contribution becomes absolutely great to this society. I'm so happy to be here with you. I see lots of youngsters here, including students. Let this movement of this research and this workshop inject you so much in such a way so that year afterwards, along with body, we will all work together in mind. And our mind comes together. And coming together of mind, I'll tell you, is the best romantic world here. ಒಂದು ಸ್ವರ್ಗ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡುವುದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸುಗಳು ಒಟ್ಟಾದರೆ, ಒಂದು ಸ್ವರ್ಗವೇ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ದೇಹದಿಂದ ಏನು ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಾದರೆ, ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಮನಸ್ಸುಗಳನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡು ಬನ್ನಿ. ಒನ್ಸ್ ಯು ಕಮ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್, ಯು ಆರ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್. ಖಂಡಿತ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ನಲ್ಲಿ there is only one decision. There are n number of arguments. 100 ಆರ್ಗ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ ರೌಂಡ್ ಟೇಬಲ್ನಲ್ಲಿ. ಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡು ಒಂದು ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಮಾತ್ರ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಮಲ್ಟಿಪಲ್ ಆರ್ಗ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ನಂದು ಸರಿ, ಅದು ಸರಿ, ಇದು ಸರಿ. ನೋ, ಅಂಡ್ ನೆವರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ಸ್. ಅಂಡ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಅಚೀವ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಕಣ್ಣು ಮುಂದೆ ಇದೆ ನಮಗೆ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್. ಇದು ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು? ಯಾಕೆ ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆ ಗಲಾಟೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇವೆ? ನಾವು ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ಆಗಿ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಬಹುದೇ? ಇಫ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಸೋ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್. ನೋಡಿ, ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡೋ ನನ್ನ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಏನೋ ಕರ್ಕಶ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ನನ್ನ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಕರ್ಕಶ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಅಂತ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲ್ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನೋಡಿ, ನಾನು ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಡೆಸಿಮೀಟರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ವಾಟ್ ಅ ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್. ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ನೋಡಿ, ನನ್ನ ಸೌಂಡನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ರೀಚ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ನನ್ನ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಫೀಬಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅಂತ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಆದರೆ, ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಸಂಶೋಧನೆಗಳು ಇದರೆಲ್ಲ ನಡೀತವೆ ಅಂತ ಆದರೆ, ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ನಲ್ಲೂ ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಾಗ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗಬೇಕು, ದೇಹ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗಬೇಕು. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಖೇಲೋ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಖೇಲೋ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು. ಚಲೋ ಖೇಲೋ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಆಡಿ, ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಆಡಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಗಳ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಆಟ ಆಡಿ ಅಂತ ಅಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿರೋದು. ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ಆಟ ಆಡಿಸಿ, ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ಸಂತೋಷಗೊಳಿಸಿ, ಎಲ್ಲರ ಮನಸ್ಸು ಮತ್ತು ದೇಹವನ್ನು ಆರೋಗ್ಯವಂತವಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳುವ ಭಾಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಇದೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಕರೆದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಸಂತೋಷ್ಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ನನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ 2 ಯಂಗ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್ಗೆ, ಪರ್ಟಿಕ್ಯುಲರ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಅತಿಥಿಯವರಿಗೆ, ಸುಬ್ರದೇವ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ, ಆಲ್ ದ ವೇ ಕಮ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಡಿಫರೆಂಟ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ. And then we are extremely happy that you are here and your presence will definitely help the participants, Dr. Subradev sir. And I wish everybody a great time. ಮಂಗಳೂರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿರುವ ಹೊಸ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಬಳಸಿ ನಾನು 2 ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತಾನೆ. ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್.
On behalf of everyone present here, I thank him for providing his gracious presence and enlightening us. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to hear from our guest of honor. Dr. Subrata De is currently working as sports scientist, exercise physiologist grade 3, and in charge, Department of Exercise Physiology, Sports Authority of India, Northeast Regional Center, Imphal, Manipur. Earlier, he has worked in ICMR, National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad, in SAI, Netaji Subhash National Institute of Sports, Patiala, as researcher in the field of sports and exercise physiology. He is also a doctoral fellow with JRF and SRF in exercise physiology. He has associated and worked with junior, senior and Indian elite athletes. Since last 6.5 years, he is working both in teaching and research fields. He has published and presented his research work in different national and international journals and conferences. He has delivered a 22 lecture in different national and international conferences, webinars, workshops and symposiums. He has received Best Poster and Paper Oral Presentation Award in National Conference, Excellence Award in Exercise Physiology by NCCN New Delhi, and Shikhar Puraskar 2021 International Award by Entire Research Journal. He has associated as lifetime member of different professional bodies like PSI, ICCA, PEFI, NSI, BIS, GHRWS and ACSF. Also the International Advisory Board member of IAPES, Thailand and Philippines. We pride ourselves on our humble traditions and revere the guidance of experts. And now I request our guest to enlighten us with his gem of experience. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Mangalore University sir, although he is not present here due to other commitment, respected registrar, evaluation and all other registrar, President of this 6 days national workshop, Dr. Santosh sir, now present our registrar evaluation Sir PL Dharma sir ji. I think sir has spoken so many things and it's wonderful that you people able to come and listen. Respected all the other faculty members of Department of Physical Education and Sports, all the dignitaries present here, and my dear fellow colleagues, students and research scholars. Very good morning to all of you. It's been a pleasure and I can say it's a proud privilege for me to be here with you all, my seniors, all the dignitaries. I'm really overwhelmed and pleased in Mangalore University campus since last 2 days I'm here. And it's a warm and it's something I felt that I'm getting inside an exposure like you people here. And one more thing, before starting my statement of guest of honor, I will just say few lines because I will not strengthen my speech. We are having main interactive and the practical demonstration session for the today's workshop. You all are fortunate enough that you have chosen this workshop to be present here because since COVID, we are all completely, completely in stress because we all are sports people. We are the researcher. Now, time has permitted and situation has permitted us to do this workshop in offline mode. So you all have rightly chosen this workshop. And moreover, I have to congratulate the Department of PG, Postgraduate Research and Sports Department because they have chosen this workshop to be held in offline. Right? And the Sports Science Research SSR, which is something here, it is going to be, some other aspect it is going to be innovative in terms of demonstration on all the things. And I think all the speakers, they're the best in the national level as well as international level. So my request to all the participants, it is not only for attending the workshop and getting its certificate. Always I will try and I will say, not in better way, that try to get the maximum whatever you can from this 6 days workshop, right? And I'm very sure that from the support which has been given to you, it will definitely help you. Because I have seen so many researchers across the world, they are focusing on mostly practical. Even Professor Dharma sir has rightly spoken about the language of sports, advancement. Because sports, here we must have to follow the like 3 P's principle. It is like you have to plan, you have to prioritize your thing, and you have to practice. So practice, and its applications. We all researchers, I'm very sure that we will take that advancement of this, works of outcomes, and let us make it more interactive rather than teaching and lecture and PPTs and all the things. And definitely, I believe that all of you as a team will work together to best what we can get out of it. Before closing my this note, I just want to say one quote like, God helped themselves who really help themselves. It's like if you try to explore something, first you help each other, then only we can execute. So with this note, I once again from our research point of view as a resource person, from my side I welcome all of you, and let us start our new chapter. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Your kind words will be remembered, sir. Thank you. Our president has always been the torchbearer for all our events. Forever young and energetic personality who will outrun us all by the numbers of marathons he ran. Has successfully organized many mega events like South Zone Women's Hockey Tournament at Ponampet, Madikeri, All India Inter-University Men's Athletics, Mudbidre, All India Cross Country Men and Women at Mudbidre. Dr. Zerold Santosh D'Souza, Organizing Secretary and Director of Physical Education Department, Mangalore University. Sir, I request you to address the enthusiastic audience on this memorable occasion.
Thank you, Shreya. A very good morning to all of you. And I feel happy to stand before you on the occasion of such a workshop. I don't mean this because I am conducting this workshop, but as a third party or as an observer, and I'm going to speak a few words about it. And on this day we have as the chief guest Professor P.L. Dharma. He said he's not a sportsman. Actually, he's more of a sportsman than many of us, because the very act of encouraging sports itself is a sportsman act. Right? There are many sportsmen who don't encourage so much, but he is a very good friend of our department, and he is a very good friend of us, and always he keeps up our praises our fitness and all those things, but I think he is more fit than many of us. Anyway, thank you, sir, for coming over here. And he said he has given a lot of input about his views, from a sports onlooker views. He has given what all is happening in sports, why we are not coming up. There is no synergy amongst us, and there is no communication in us, and we just do it for the namesake. And also we have Mr. Subrata Dey. I've been interacting with him from yesterday, and 2 months back I think I called him. I got a reference from Dr. Saju. I wanted a really good physiologist who can really help us in our practical work. And without thinking, he said, "Yes, sir, I'm coming. When it is? When is your program?" And I was so happy, so down to earth. And when I saw him, I thought, "Oh, this guy is so young, right?" And I think this new blood is more important. New blood is more. I'm not. Telling the old people, but they've got experience. But the new blood is very important, just like how Dhoni retired and now Kohli, now Rahul is coming. I think even in our field we require new blood, new thinking. And he said a new start, a new chapter. That's true, a new era has begun. My friends, all of us have been talking about sports science, sports technology. And after many good performances by the Indian sportsmen at the International Olympics, just like anything in India, this has become a very popular thing. Sports science, sports technology, and everywhere things are cropping up. Every institution is giving sports science course, and all they start. Even the medical institutions are starting. Right? Everyone is jumping on that bandwagon of sports science. And we were just talking. He also said, "Sir, everyone is talking about sports science, but when we ask them about some aspects of sports science, some practical aspects, they are what is that, they are not up to the mark, they are not, they just know about it and they want certification, that is doctor or diploma in sports, whatever it is, fine, that is fine. But my intention was, I have to give something, we have got such good equipment and Subrata has gone all over India, has gone abroad also, and he himself said, sir, I think in the whole of India, I think maybe only 1 or 2 universities we have got this kind of equipment which measures the physiological parameters, and it's a CP, that is cardiopulmonary exercise testing equipment, and will be giving access to it, will be guiding in it. And this is my whole intention of this workshop. I don't want any theoretical things. Of course, theory is very important for practicals. Without theory, there is no practicals. But along with theory, I think many of us understand theory, but none of us have seen this. Even it was a dream for me last 3-4 years back. It was a dream for me. When I'm going to see all this, I read all newspapers, in the videos, what are they doing in the foreign countries. When is it coming to India? When am I going to see it? Will I retire and never see it again? Just like a swimming coach never jumps into the pool and coaches all there till he retires. Will we also become like that? But then we had the fortune of getting some grant from the UGC, and I insisted, let's get this, because we'll never get another chance to get all these things. And also we got help from Bangalore AD Instruments. And so this is a course filled with practical work. Fold your sleeves and get ready for practical work. There is no only for this program I put this. After this I am coming in my tracksuit also. So we are going to do a lot of things practical, and we have got this expert here, plus tomorrow we'll have a sports psychologist who has worked with one-on-one with sports persons, international sports persons, and we've got a very good analyst, statistical expert from local expert. I have heard her and I was very impressed, especially for sports persons who don't want very high things. I think she'll be able to guide us. Then we got Dr. Sajud, who had come for our Gyan program 2 years back, and he's a top biomechanist who has worked with international athletes in Malaysia for many years, and many research papers, applications. And of course, in the end we'll have a physiotherapist from sports medicine, also a head of Department of Sports Science in Manipal Academy of Higher Education. So please, and one more thing, many people also ask me, like how Subrata said, is it offline? And nowadays people are so accustomed to be offline, online. They're so accustomed, they just want to see on the screen, and I don't know whether it's only for the certificate or anything. But look guys, please understand, let's improve the lot of physical education of sports. It is a beginning. How Neeraj Chopra won the Olympic gold medal. Right, Indians are coming up. Indians have won wrestling, kabaddi, and some individual events, even youth athletics. They won at the global level. And recently I saw he has done long jump, 3 jumpers went above 8 meters. It was a dream to go above 8 meters, and 8 meter, 8.3 something. I think he's one of the top 10 in the world. And can you dream of anyone in long jump from India going there? I think till many years back, 8.07, I think Yahuna was the record holder in long jump. Now triple jump, I just read the other day, 2 of them went above 17 meters. 17 meters was once a flash in the pan, but now 2 of them went in one meet. And I asked Mr. Subrata, look, so much things are happening. He said one of the reasons is because the sports science, because the application. And he has been working, he's a whole research center at Imphal, Manipur, and he's still working, and we are very fortunate to have him actually, sir, because he said he's completely in demand in the sense work demand, and because he has to be there, he's the expert there, juniors are there, but he has to be there to do all the tests and about the performance. And he has a close rapport with his his head, and somehow his HOD, his higher officer gave him a leave for 2 days. He said, I wanted to be there, and 3-4 days, we can do only physiology for 3-4 days. Yes. But I think, sir, we will call you once again. When you are free, you tell me, because I know you are very busy, but he is very happy with all the equipment which we have here, and he has given some, and sure, I don't want to take much of the time because we have to hear more from our experts, right? So with these few words, sir, Dharma sir, I thank you for always encouraging us, and I thank Mr. Subrata on this platform. Also, we will be speaking with him throughout the day. And one more request I want for all these people who are present here, participants, we are going to give you opportunity even after the classes up to around 7:30 in the evening, starting at 7:30 in the morning, to work on this so that you can understand better, because one day it's difficult. And I think more of the physical education students will be a beginning, and there are many varied crowd over here. Sports, tech company people have come, physiotherapists have come. I think it's going to be a very good interactive section. These few words, I thank you once again and for coming here. And I hope in future also we'll be doing some intensive courses with more expertise. So thank you once again, and I hope you all have a fruitful session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Sorry? I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to come and break the protocol. I'm taking risk in Mangalore University because of the sports department. I don't know whether most of you know this or not. All the risk that I have taken is because of the contribution of the Department of Sports. Therefore, thank you so much for sparing my young friend, young brother, Dr. Ramesh, to be working in the registrar evaluations section. I was talking of the synchronization of the mind and the body. Works with me for 12 hours. ನಾವು ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ 8 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತೀವಿ, ರಾತ್ರಿ 9-10 ಗಂಟೆ ತನಕ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. All that I did and I took the risk is because of this young man. And I thank the sports department for making him a wonderful man, because without him I don't think that I would have taken the risk, so much of risk. I know these people know it better than. So thanks to my chairman, Dean, for sparing Dr. Ramesh to work in the Department of Registrar Evaluation. That's a good news. Sad news is, I'm sorry to tell you this, one of the finest educationists and the doyen of sports in Bangalore University and the leader of SDM College Institution, Dr. Yashavarma, we lost him this morning at 4 o'clock in Singapore. I request all of you to, mourn him for 2 minutes. ಅವರ ಆತ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ಶಾಂತಿ ಸಿಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಯಶವರ್ಮ ಅವರು ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯದ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದರು. ನನ್ನಂಥ ಹಳ್ಳಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಎನ್ಕರೇಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥವ್ರು ಅವರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಆ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನನಗೆ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಇಮೋಷನಲ್ ರಿಲೇಷನ್ಶಿಪ್ ಇದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋರ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅವರ ಆತ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ಶಾಂತಿ ಸಿಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋರ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಯಶವರ್ಮ, ದ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಆಫ್ ದಿ SDM ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಿಟ್ಯೂಷನ್ಸ್, ಉಜಿರೆ. Thank you so much. This morning at 4 o'clock. This morning at 4.
As a token of love and remembrance and spending your valuable time with us, sir, we would like to express our gratitude by presenting a memento to our beloved chief guest, Professor P.L. Dharma, sir. I request Dr. Zeraul Santosh D'Souza, sir, to present it. Thank you, sir. To be grateful is to be humane and acknowledge the blessing, and so, to propose the vote of thanks, I hand over the mic to Dr. Chidananda A. to propose vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. It has been such an honor to be a part of this wonderful event. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. It's a proud privilege to get the opportunity to propose the vote of thanks on this special occasion. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed Chief Guest, Professor P.L. Dharma, Registrar Evaluation, Mangalore University, on behalf of Department of Physical Education. Thank you, sir. A special thanks to today's guest of honor, Mr. Subrata De, sports scientist, Sports Authority of India, NERC, Manipur, for accepting our invitation and for being here with us. On behalf of our Department of Physical Education, thank you, sir. I would like to take this opportunity to express our heartily thanks to Dr. Gerald Santos de Souza, Dean and Chairman, Department of Physical Education, Mangalore University. Thank you, sir. I also extend my thanks to Dr. Prasanna BK, Assistant Director, Department of Physical Education, Mangalore University, and he is also the convener of this program. Thank you, sir. I also wish to express my gratitude to Dr. Ramesh Itchen, Assistant Director, Department of Physical Education, Mangalore University. Thank you, sir. I am very much thankful to all the faculty colleagues, non-teaching staffs, my beloved students of physical education, and all the honorable delegates who blessed us with their presence. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. I request the dignitaries to get seated in front of the stage for the session to begin.
Yeah, I'm coming in the very good part. Yeah? On definitely. I want to see how you will test it again. Listen, sir. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting much of our time, let's get started. I request Mr. Tausif to introduce our resource person for today, Dr. Subrata De. Over to you, sir. Tausif, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 6th National Level Workshop on Sports Science and Research. Myself, Tausif Ahmed, lecturer in Department of PG Studies and Research in Physical Education and Sports. Did you know? Hello, can you hear me? Please be quiet. Did you know this is the first time we are witnessing the advanced, innovative, and scientific technologies used in the sports sciences? You people are the leaders of our sports fraternity. You are going to mold the careers of our sports person. In this workshop, you are going to learn spirometry, electrocardiogram, lactate, heart rate monitor, and heart rate variability. It gives me an immense pleasure to introduce and welcome today's resource person to make you understand and learn how to use the scientific lab equipment. So we have our young and energetic expert, Mr. Subrata De, sports scientist. He is currently working as a sports scientist, exercise physiologist, grade 3, Sports Authority of India, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. Earlier, he has worked in ICMR, National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad, and he also worked in Sports Authority of India, Patiala, as a researcher in the field of sports and physiology, exercise physiology. So his expertise in ergospirometry, cardiopulmonary exercise testing, impulse oscillometry, field monitoring, high altitude training, lactate and heart rate variability. So his awards and recognition. World Sports Award 2021, Excellence in Monitoring Sports Sciences by MISAEM. He has received Shikhar Puraskar 2021
Please take your seats.
ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಗೆ ಇಟ್ಟಿತ್ತು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಕಾಣೋದು
ಅವನೇ ಮಾಡೋದು ಅಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಆಗ್ತಾವೆ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಆನ್
Wants a first row seat. Later on we'll be changing all this because of the practical aspect. Right now, yes sir, we can start.
ಅವ್ರು ಆಪ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಇದ್ರಂಗೆ ನಾವು ಕೊಡೋದು
start. Although we are coming little bit late, we are running between late. So everybody has come mostly from Karnataka? Yes? Yes, all right. So I think day is not too warm as well. Environment and nature is also giving us the favorable kind of environment. So we all are fit, we all are mentally fit, we all are right. So let us start. As I ended my presentation, my note, let us start a new chapter, right? So this is going to be very precise, not completely very formal, because we as a sports people, as a sports science researcher, we will try to make it more interactive rather than informal lectures, right? So let us start, because we know today is, what's the date? 23rd, right? So this is the beauty of this present day. As you must be knowing that ecosystem, environment, so we are celebrating the World Turtle Day 2020, this 23rd March. As you must be knowing, this is the wisdom and holiness and preservedness. So having to all these greetings from World Turtle Day, because we should think about our nature, right? So let us start. This is the overview of today's exercise and sports physiology lecture. I mean just an overview, as you must be knowing. So we will be having two sessions in terms of theory and practical. So we will try to follow, although we are behind on time. So first session, lecture on, that will be basically from theoretical point of view. Moving on second theory, we will be having this one, exercise and sports physiology for high performance sports. This is basically for forenoon session. Moving on, prac session, that is practical. This is very important. Afternoon session we will try to be here by 2:15 or 2:30 around, and there will be 3 sessions on demonstration, parallel practical session overall. So there will be having, these are the listed topic which we will be discussing. One is CPET, that is cardiopulmonary exercise testing, which we will have on-spot demonstration there. Second, we will be having blood lactate. These are some of the basic area where we as an exercise physiologist, we usually work. So this conference kind of thing in terms of hands-on workshop, this is going to give you added advantage how we have to deal, because here I guess mostly research scholars, seniors, physiotherapy background people, MPH students, MPH scholars. So this is various kind of areas of expertise here. So this is going to be very interesting. So without taking much time, I will go just a little bit, because this workshop name itself, Sports Science Research, SSR. So just a little bit about what we know about sports science. So sports science, I came just basic some of the words which you must be familiar. This is the science where interdisciplinary subjects from starting sports biomechanics, starting from sports psychology, sports biochemistry, as well as exercise physiology. It's a, you can say, combination, interdisciplinary aspect of overall science, applied science areas. Moving on, here you can see the multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary, two things. So sports science is a umbrella term. So inside that you will have this all. So this is the core discipline. This is the core discipline that explores the factor influencing sports performance. Once it is science and three it is sports, so definitely we are talking about sports science. So there is a growing demand. Now if you see, not only in India, in worldwide, as previous speaker or during inauguration session, they have rightly stated about the importance of sports science. With the rapid technology, it's growing. So as a whole, we are lucky enough that our government is also providing lots of support to promote sports science, to take the advancements of science. So we as a science people, Whether we should think that sports science, is it young in science? So what your take? So yes, I can say this is very young but not so old. So that is the logic. We have to know about the basic roots of the science. For example, applied physics, applied biochemistry, applied biomechanics. Now these are the core science and the applications of this all science all together, in particular in sports, right? So we can say this is a new era to explore the knowledge and principle of the science. So that's why this is also, we can say, young in science. There are lots of arguments, right? So in this particular slide, I just give some of the points that what exactly sports scientists do, because this is a very common process. We know scientists, those who are working in here, those who are working in ISRO, NASA, but have you heard about sports science? Sports scientists? Yes, we are exist and we are in growing state. So what exactly our work? First point, specialization in early and late sport. Let us just take an example. Your kid is 12 years old. You are planning to put him or her in a particular discipline. So whether you will put him in swimming, in judo, in boxing, that is a big question for your kid as a parent, right? So how you will think that he might be a good swimmer, he might be a distance runner. So early specialization, this is the very important core area. We have to think about it. So for that determination, you have to have the importance and backup of science, right? Then essential to play. So that time, once some parents come and try to understand that whether I will put him in a fencing, so that time we suggest them that at the age of below 14, you just put him or her in multiple sports. Here it is written multiple sports, one to excellence in sport. See, if he is a good badminton player, let him play, but don't stick with badminton in the early stage. That is the importance of science. They will determine whether his or her body will fit for that particular sport, whether his or her body will fit for weightlifting. So these are the concepts between this all. So moving on, last point, I will just explain about the better human body as a sum of its parts. So we sports scientists, considering our human body, a blend of different parts, starting from, say for example, tissue, cell, organs. So all together, their function, their adaptation, we are taking in consideration. That is basically our work. So this is all about sports science. And in sports science, you must be knowing about these branches, like sports anthropometry, sports psychology, sports nutrition, exercise physiology, and also general theory and methods of training, which is more precisely, you can say, strength and conditioning. So this slide I am ending with the introductory part for our sports science research, just to know, to familiar what exactly sports scientists do, what's the different branches of sports science. So let us start with some basic thing in sports physiology particularly, right? So as you must be knowing about, I'm doing my movement. So definitely first we have to take in consideration that energy, from where I am getting the energy to speak in front of you. So sometimes as an individual, you can also think, if I want to do some exercise or activity, here some hit the wall, others go right over. Same plain line, you can think, I can work. If the line is vertical, if the line is horizontal, that time you may or may not work properly. I can move here properly, but if it is like this, I will not able to work. So proper utilization of energy in proper work, that is very important. That's how energy concept came. So these are the basic terminology you must be knowing as a scholar, as a sports science background people, as a physiotherapist, you must be knowing. Like some of the basic terminology like metabolism, anabolic reactions, different kind of bioenergetics which are involved, because as we are trying to give you an orient of different testing modalities, so ultimately what we are measuring, that is important, right? So like bioenergetics, different systems, different metabolic pathways, but I am not going into the details to recall to some of the basic phenomena and its application in sports science, particularly exercise physiology. So these are energy system pathways and how it deals with athlete, its observation, to just recall. We are now just recalling to knowing each other about our concept and basic phenomena. So you must be knowing about different, track and field movement. There are different events like, जैसा आपने सर ने भी बोला था, like sir told about mirrors. So javelin in that particular sport, what's the physiological demand? Like now, right now you can see here in this track event, what's the demands of their physiological? Whether energy, particularly aerobic is dominating, whether anaerobic is dominating. So that's why we must have to take in consideration their demands, their profiling. This is how this energy system and that bioenergetic concept came. So here I just kept basic, we all know, just to recall again, to brush up. So moving on, this particular slide, which I will be talking about aerobic and anaerobic system, because to measure any kind of systemic approach, for example, I am talking now, if I put a mask in front of it, in COVID time, we all kept masks, still we are masked. So that time, do you think you are properly taking inspiration and you are breathing properly? Sometimes you find that something in front of you, you are having some problem to take off breathing from open air, right? So this is how the concept of aerobic and anaerobic. So aerobic, it means, its name suggests, aerobic, it means air and the synthesis of ATP, and of course the oxygen, the pathways is different in compared to anaerobic. So if we talk about anaerobic, which is without oxygen, but we say better insufficient of oxygen, because aerobic itself says in the presence of oxygens, but in anaerobic it means not in presence, because living system can stay without oxygen. So better I can say as a researcher, insufficient or unavailability of proper oxygen. So this is how our aerobic as well as anaerobic system works. So in terms of timing and the ATP production, anaerobic, it is very short, high intense kind of activity, power sport like sprinting, as you can see in this here. So these are the basic concepts just to recall. And muscular energy system I just kept for calculative part, because we will be performing the testing, treadmill testing, we will be having different other modalities, metabolic curve. So this term you will be familiar, like kilocalorie. So just I kept it to recall, to understand how it will apply in practical situation. So in this particular slide you can see different sport and their contribution of energy pathways. For example, here you can see ATP TCR, we all know, triphosphate and phosphocreatine. So the percentage, ideally this is like this, like basketball you can see 60% and 20%, and oxidative is again 20%. So overall, to understand a particular sport, we need to understand the contribution of different energy pathways, so that scientists can apply proper technique to assess, to estimate whether they should have to have assessment of anaerobic, they should have to have the aerobic, right? So that's why to make you understandable, this slide I kept for different sport and their energy contribution in percentage. So another part, muscle fiber, this is very important because we will be having a session for EMG. That is also that will deal with muscle, their activity, of course their nature. So as you must be knowing different types of fibers. So to recall that, I kept this one. So with this I will finish this basic part. To recall, because this thing will somehow carry forward to know about core exercise exercise physiology, advancement in particular scientific research. So overall I can say these are the some point I kept to let you know about the energy system, their pathway and how it will apply in sports. Okay, so this is related to basic to recall the energy system, to know familiar about aerobic and aerobic energy contribution in terms of percentage. We just come to know throughout these few slides. So let us jump in our another topic which is related to today's subtopic which we kept, that specifically or exclusively in terms of research, particularly in exercise and sports physiology, from field to laboratory. See, this title itself, we can assume that there will be some kind of assessment which will be carried out by the physiologist to nurture the junior, sub-junior up to elite level athlete. What are the different assessments which has been carried out by the physiologist? How to interpret, how to correlate, how to support that sporting coaching fraternity. This is the main aim for this particular topic. So here we'll be discussing. Let me check. Okay, so let us just quickly go through what are the areas or different concepts which we'll be discussing throughout this session. Now we are in the core of exercise and sports physiology. We all assuming that we are in such a situation right now. Everywhere will get the term of aerobic, anaerobic, exercise, metabolism, assessment. So let us start with different modalities. So first, in particular physiological testing and sports performance, under this subhead we will be discussing how we can support elite athlete and their performance. How we will be helpful for our coaches to support in terms of scientific research. And second, from laboratory to field, what are the different assessments? Just theoretically we will discuss. And as already in my very first slide, I already told about the schedule. Afternoon we will be having practical session, also some field experiment or assessment. We will be having some demonstration session and followed by report generation, all the things in this particular metabolic curve. Then we will be having lung function. This is CPET, cardiopulmonary exercise testing, VO2max, graded exercise testing, GXT. Then lung function. Then we will be talking about lactate, because these are the some primary area where exercise physiologists usually work. Then advancement in exercise sports physiology. There will be having hypoxic training, which is very important for some of the sports discipline like middle distance, like long distance, like marathon runner, even some other sports. So I will say some of the concept how altitude training will helpful for performance boosting in athletic propulsions. Then sports genomics. Here I will be discussing a bit of different modalities, how we can explore, we can nurture in research. And then electro and gravitational physiology, which is also a gray area in India particularly, but we are still working, we are trying to explore, we are trying to help them out to doing, to carry out some of the research and followed by their discussions. And last, which is in India, not only in India, which is the most interest area of exercise physiologists, and there are very less number of research work has been carried out in respect of HRV, that is related to heart rate itself. HRV here, heart rate variability, it's none the variations between heartbeat over the time period, and its importance in sports physiology. So this will be very catchy and very interesting part. We will be discussing here all through. So let us start with physiological testing. What exactly athlete gain? So I am a coach, for example. I am having some national athlete. You are a scientist. How you will help him? So if I come to your lab and I asked, I am having 10 boxers. Now, how you will helpful to make me understandable about the energy system, to make me understandable, to precise, to modulate, to manipulate my training schedule, so that what are the strength, what are the weakness of my boxers, I will find out. So this is the basic questions all the coaches they will ask us sports scientists. So what will be your reply in that regards as an exercise physiologist? So this physiological testing can provide some of the information regarding an athlete's strength and weakness definitely. If you are assessing biomechanics, you can say their aerobic endurance, right? If you are assessing some power testing, you can say their power. So then this laboratory testing will provide the athlete to explain about the effectiveness of training. For example, boxers, they are getting trained, and now how this training is suitable, whether they are putting much load, whether they are not recovering properly. So that thing you will directly, scientifically can interpret the effectiveness of training. Moving on third, for this lab testing that will be carried out by the physiologist, it will be helpful to learn, for example here, more about those physiological parameters. I am measuring heart rate, so I know what's the maximum heart rate of that particular boxer. I know what's the recovery status of that particular athlete, and how much effort he can put during his bout or her bout. So you can ideally estimate that particular value. So these are some basic questions which frequently asked, and sports scientists as an exercise physiologist, you have to be accountable to answer all these questions properly, right? And last, which is very important to, design the training more scientifically to give a proper feedback in terms of research, in terms of assessment. That is very important. And personal decision regarding the design, both exercise training and nutritional program. So you are an exercise physiologist, you know the demands, you know the profiling, you know the status of that particular sport athlete. So this is very important. Then let us start with taking an example of a sport. What sport it is? Can anybody guess? Judo. Considering 4 minutes of bout, if we can take 4 minutes of bout, you can see here some of the things which is involved in that particular judo bout. So you know that judo, it's being a combat sports, there are a lot of activities: punching, throwing, grappling, and arm lock, explosive, endurance, and short bout. So in that particular sport, how exercise physiologists will be helpful to give their proper assessment and feedback. So just imagine, particularly this sport, there are different demands, starting from aerobic endurance, starting from anaerobic endurance, starting from muscular strength, starting from muscular endurance. So these are the ideally areas where an exercise physiologist can work. So this is how we preliminarily decide how we will proceed for the testing, how we will proceed for the physiological assessment. So this slide you will get some aspect how athlete's performance is varied. What are the different factors which will be enabling that athlete in different aspects. Starting from sports performance, if you are talking about, if you are a physiotherapist, how you will be helpful. If you are a physical education people, if you are a physical director, how you will, your view, your take. So this is how we ideally analyze coordination and economy. Environment. At what environment? Right now we are in fully AC room with having some temperature limit, but if you go outside, temperature will differ. So at what condition laboratory you will conduct the test. So another thing that is aerobic, then some of the psychological factors. Tomorrow's session, madam will elaborately give some practical approach and orientation about the importance of sports psychology. So we as an exercise physiology, holistically, being the mother of sports science, I can say, if I am not wrong, we have to correlate all the systems starting from organs and overall their responses, their effects, right? So starting from aerobic, starting from anaerobic, strength and energy output, this all together will responsible for athlete's performance, right? So let us start with aerobic. Just basic 2 points. There are big confusions sometimes in between scholars and researchers, but there should not be any confusions. What is exercise and sports physiology? If we are talking about exercise physiology, at first let us start with physiology. I came here only for exercise and sports physiology. Let us start one line. What is physiology? Anyone? Hello? Anyone? What is physiology? Your understanding. Know the function of organs, body parts, cell, tissue, muscle, organ. So all together, right? They spoke about tissue, organs and muscle. So definitely, this is the study of human body as a whole. In between, if you go inside, organs, tissue, cells, and their functions. If you talk about exercise physiology, so this is the study how body respond. This is the main line and word you have to have. How to the body respond and adapt in physical stress. Physical stress. Because if you are walking, if you are running, that itself exercise itself a stress. Because that time your heart rate which was 72 during your sitting, when you are running, that time it will not be 70. So itself a stress on your organs, on your systems, cardiovascular system, heart. And if you talk about sports, more precise sports. So sports physiology is the applications of exercise physiology principles. How body work in terms of stress, how body respond in terms of stress, that will be applicable in sports physiology to guide, to nurture, to train, to enhance the sports performance. That is all about sports physiology. Now, coming in conclusion in one line, exercise and sports physiology overlap significantly and therefore are generally considered together. So we will take it as exercise and sports physiology. Clear? I think it is clear for all of us. There should not be any terminological, synonymous kind of thing. Concepts should be very clear and precise. Then only you will be able to perform that assessment. So as I spoke about studying that particular athlete performance like aerobic and anaerobic. So here for aerobic, the main dominating parameter is VO2 max. I have not kept the definition of VO2 max because assuming that we as a sports science background people and sports people, we must have the basic knowledge about VO2 max. This is volume of oxygen consumption, maximum how much you can with a sea level thermometer. Simply you can say your uptaking capacity or capability, how much you can consume oxygen in your body weight respective relative, that is unit is ml per kg per minute, right? That is VO2 max. And for the test of VO2 max, there are numerous tests, there are different gold and standard tests. So we are using, and worldwide physiologist and sports scientist is using the test which is so called GXT. This is graded exercise testing. X for exercise here, GXT, or you can say TMT, treadmill testing. So this is all about VO2 max. In details, we will be exploring how we will estimate, how we will analyze, and moreover, how we will interpret the VO2 max of an athlete or in clinical setup. Then we will be having submaximal testing. Submaximal means below maximum, right? So there are numerous testing of submaximal like step test. We must be familiar about gold standard basic testing of Queen's College test, some of the tests like Cooper test, and which one is also important, field test. This is so-called MSFT. These are different field assessment. Here you can see the lab-based testing assessment which will be having treadmill, seatbelt system, having some protocol. Here I just have some of the protocol, like Bruce protocol, Lampton protocol, Bulky protocol. These are standard protocol which has been used by the world class sport scientists as well as we are using in our lab. And this is very interesting in terms of, for example, how much oxygen we are taking during resting condition. Anybody any idea? Resting? RMR? 3.5. Absolutely right. So 3.5 ml per kg per minute. This one I tell you know. Have you ever seen how it is reaching up to 3.5 in your direct demonstration? Have you seen? Have you seen how it could be up to 47.5 ml per kg per minute? Have you seen? So this one we are going to be happen by live during our GXT or graded exercise testing movements. We will see how drastically level of oxygen consumption gradually increasing up to their maximum level. That's why it is so called VO2 max. Clear? So here are some pictures you can see of some of our athletes undergoing the assessment of field testing here. And in this left corner you can see some of the assessment we are going for lab-based testing. In the next slide, you will have some pictorial and graphical aspect. Recently, we have conducted the VO2 max testing in our lab for our elite level athletes. So in this picture, you can see in our lab, we are conducting the VO2 max testing. This is one of the mother area for physiologists to know about CRF, cardiorespiratory fitness. This is one of the apex area of your body, your athlete to nurture them. Now you just check how this VO2 max testing is happened and how we, in terms of what I can say, observations, what are the preparation. So in this picture and some of the videography is there, I will show you. Sandeep. Sandeep is there?
I have a question before going to another question. In VO2 max, it's measurements based on milliliter per kilogram per minute. Is that indicators of performance?
Sorry?
Is that indicators of performance? VO2 max indicators of performance? I have confusion.
Yes, absolutely. It is one of the foundation parameters. One of the foundation requirement of every athlete.
Yes, if you say yes, I have another question.
Yes.
It depends on kilogram.
Yeah.
Somebody have high weight, have high VO2 max.
Yes, yeah. Good question. I will take these questions because as I spoke about VO2 max unit, in relative unit, it is ml per kg per volume. He is having the questions, those who are heavyweight. Is it so? Yeah. So for example, you are taking the VO2 max of an individual having 60 kg weight. And another subject you are taking 82 kg weight. So whether the CRF, cardiorespiratory fitness of 82 kg will superior or their VO2 max, how it will differ in compare of 60 kg, right? This is your question. Good question. So that's why what we suggest, you take the both measurement as well as absolute VO2, which we will be converting that body weight in kg, in liter per kg, right? With dividing their body weight. Clear? Here we are indicating absolute, not absolute, we are indicating relative of your body weight. Now you try to convert it into absolute unit, it will be liter per minute, remember. And now you are coming to your point, those who are having higher body weight, do you think the consumption or uptaking capacity will be similar with the respect of 60 kg or people? Because area and if his height is also higher, so definitely the demands will be more to reach up to all the system, right? Starting from your leg muscle, starting from your belly. So ideally, those who are are not underweight, right? Their uptaking capacity ideally should be higher compared to those who are having heavy weight. Because heavy weight they are having that there are other lots of things we can say like fat percentage, their higher body mass. It will not be so easy to transport the oxygen throughout their body in compared to 60 kg, right? So we will measure the VO2 max and we will see the alteration and the variations between heavy weight and low weight. Here, this is how we assume, we interpret different various categories of athlete. Two things you have to remember, absolute and relative. Yes. Sandeep is there, its video is not playing. From slide it is playing, but here it is not playing. This one needs to be playing here. It's not moving. You can withdraw the slide and otherwise it will change here. It is changing the slide, but here it is not changing.
What is this video is moving? What are they?
Not this slide is not moving. It's tight.
The slide only now.
It is moving there, not
Point that you just point.
So ideally there are other factors, some kind of questions we should generate considering factors for assessment of VO2. Like here pointed out about weight. Somebody can point it out about gender, whether female having higher VO2 max in compared to male. So like that, so many questions we can generate. And even more, VO2 max for sedentary people, VO2 max for elite athlete, how it varies, how those who are elite level athletes, sub-junior level athletes, how their VO2 max is being done. So that thing we can analyze, we can think. Sandeep, it's not moving, I think. You just do one thing, withdraw the slide and represent it. Because from here it is moving. Ah, this is the question. Just say.
How's it the problem?
Now you present it.
Please change it.
Apart from repeat, you can
This one.
Open.
Just present it from here. Full screen. Yeah, that's what. All right. So, sorry for the technical glitches. Now in this GIF, you can see how the movement of an athlete who is one of the best athlete, track and field athlete. We are under the assessment process in our laboratory. So before that, there are some of the preparation that you have to be accounting. Then only you can proceed for the VO2 max. So this is how we are assessing. See, this is treadmill entire system, which is so-called CPET, cardiopulmonary exercise testing unit, having some mass and all the systems. And here you will be having the disc spring, where you can see the variations, the uptaking capacity with respect of time interval. Also, as well as you can see the heart rate, you can see the oxygen uptaking capacity, all the things all together you can see here in this display screen. In the right hand you can see one ergometer is there. This is so-called bicycle ergometer. So there also we can assess the VO2 max, right? So these are ideally so-called different ergometer, like treadmill, this is itself ergometer, bicycle itself ergometer. Now the application and your level of superiority in terms of sports discipline, you have to decide whether my athlete will be fit for bicycle ergometer, my athlete will be fit for rowing ergometer, my athlete will be fit for treadmill. You have to decide. Let's take an example for cyclist. If you are having world-class cyclist, national cyclist athlete, do you think he or she will be performing better in treadmill in compared to bicycle? Why bicycle better?
Activity is different.
Activity and they are sport specific, right? That concept is so-called sport specific. So those who are cyclists, they are habituated in terms of cycling on bicycle ergometer, right? So you have to decide, you have to fix your protocol based on their load in terms of RPM. While treadmill, it is like gradation and speed. Clear? Like that you have to design. So this is how we are conducting our elite level athletes as well as junior athletes before their competition as per coach's demand and routine assessment procedure. So what exactly we will get? So in this screen, I think these are a little bit hazy. Anyway, I will try to give you some materials regarding this. So this is how you will set the curve in terms of like oxygen consumption and speed. Speed is increasing, oxygen consumption is also increasing. So do you think that oxygen consumption will be increasing in a pattern throughout the testing? No. At a point there will be a particular cut point or plateau, you can say, there will be no more oxygen consumption. So assuming that the athlete has reached their volitional maximum level of exertion. This is how the criteria for assessment of VO2 max is being fixed. So you can ask me that I have fixed all the things, all the setup. Now how you will think or assume that my athlete gave his or her best? This may be primary questions. So there are some standard criteria to check that athlete has given their maximum. So one of them is in this panel, next panel you can see, I think heart rate, 1 clause, one of the criteria heart rate, their predicted maximum heart rate, if it is reaching up to exactly predicted or plus minus 5 to 10, then you can assume one of the criteria is fulfilled by the athlete. Second, RER, that is so-called you can say RQ, respiratory quotient, or RER, respiratory exchange ratio. Both are same, like production of carbon dioxide and consumption of oxygen. This is the ratio. Both things are same, but one will happen in cellular level. You can say RQ. For example, carbohydrate you are consuming, your RQ will be something else. If you are consuming fat, your RQ will be different. But ideally, both are the ratio. So RQ and RER, this is the second criteria for assuming that your athlete gave the best. And third one, which is very important, what you can guess, apart from heart rate, RQ and anything, if your observation of your athlete not permits, for example oxygen, I have started with consumption of oxygen and at a time they will not able to consume more. So that curve in terms of O2, VO2 and this CO2, you can check that curve. So these are ideally the three criteria based on which we have to terminate, we have to finalize that your athlete has performed their level best. Then only you can get VO2 max. So in this two curve, you can see some point somewhere it is written 80. It is not visible up to end. This 80 is so-called anaerobic threshold. So these all subsequent parameters at a time you can measure through this CPET, cardiopulmonary exercise testing unit. At a time you will get all these things. Clear? Now moving on, some anaerobic. As we are spoken, as we are told about VO2 max lab-based testing, now we will move or jump to the anaerobic. These all are in respect of scientific assessment which has been carried out by the physiologist for high performance sports. How many of you know about power sport? Any idea? Those sports which have been dominated by the power. It could be any power, muscle power, leg power, whatever. Boxing, which power? Powerlifting, very fine. Boxing, do you think which power will be dominating, like aerobic power or aerobic power? Anybody? Anaerobic. He is saying anaerobic. Okay, I am taking it. Anybody else? Let's interact, because we are sports. We must have to clear the concept in terms of sports performance, not only theoretical. Clear? So he spoke about boxing, power sport, power lifter. Boxing, of course, power is involved. You have seen boxing bout. So at a time, during punch, how much force they are generating in terms of power and how they are executing, that is also power. So for that, we need to assess the power, how much they are power. In power, if you dig behind or inside, you will have to go for like lower body power. Our upper body, somebody know power lifter, upper body power. So for that, there are several kind of assessment by which you will able to gauge that power of upper body. For treadmill, just correlate the thing. For treadmill, you are having lower body, your leg muscle, large group of muscle is involved for treadmill, as well as bicycle ergometer. But if you think about power, particularly leg muscle power, for that you should have bicycle ergometer for lower body. For upper body, you need for power lifter somebody to. So for that weight lifter, we need upper body ergometer to assess. So here in this pictures, you can see how we are proceeding for the power test. Power now we are strict with an aerobic power. Now if I ask somebody, first slide, just remember, that's why I kept different slide, so that we can correlate, not in a single continuous slide. First, that energy system, anaerobic, that side it was written anaerobic. Could remember? So we are assessing that anaerobic power through this bicycle ergometer. This is so called peak anaerobic bar. Clear? This will give you the lower leg muscle power. Here this athlete, he is basically a cyclist. We are having this test. There are gold standard test which is so called WANT test, wind gate test. Remember, wind gate test. This is basically 30-second test, all out test. High intensity at a time you have to perform. So how athlete will perform the test, will be having demonstration session on it. Before that, just try to observe, try to get the concept, how they are performing. So 30-second test, all out effort they have to put, and you will get that peak power. Somebody told about VO2 max relative and absolute. Here also we will get relative peak power, absolute peak power. So this is how we will be performing the power test. Here see the movement of cyclists. Look at how they are applying. And this is the system, dedicated software you will be assessing. This wind gate test. This is 30-second gold standard test. Now application. Cycling, judo, boxing, any kind of sports. Just assume basketball, handball, any racket sports, team sports, football, team sport, hockey, field hockey. Their involvement of power and application and as well as demands. I used to use this word, demands of that sport. For a soccer player, for a football player, do you think their power for leg muscle is required to be higher in compared to fencing? Fencing in compared to boxing. So definitely different sports having their nature. That's why sports specific concept has been taken into care for scientific populations. So this is how we are assessing anaerobic power. This is very interesting test, and directly you will get what you want. You want peak power, yes you will get. You want relative power, you will get. You want fatigue index. Fatigue index is such an index which will denote, which will let you know how your athlete is being able to perform in below their level of LP, lactate threshold. So this will clearly give you the orient. Now see the next slide, how this power testing will help you to generate the report and subsequent your feedback to the coaches and athletes. In this system generated report, which we have recently tested 12th of this month of this cycling before departure for national camp. So here in this particular slide you can see the analysis part. Is it visible for last those who are watching there? This is overall power. Here you can see the maximum power in terms of watt. As we are measuring this power in terms of watt, so definitely it will give you the overall peak power. Peak power and maximum power, this is equivalent. This is synonymous. But once we will be talking about peak power, it will come at a point. And if you are talking about anaerobic power, it is in respect of your rate of ATP production that will give you anaerobic power. Now our focus should be on peak power, because such a sports like cycling, the power and endurance both are involved. Those who are road cyclists, those who are think about track cyclists, their involvement of lower muscle power is very precise and important. So like this we interpret. Here you can see the daily timing, power drop. This is fatigue index. I spoke about fatigue index. This is the index by which you will get about the information how your athlete is capable to do the exercise or bout without fatigue. Clear? So this is how we interpret and we give the feedback, do the analysis of anaerobic power. So moving on, some field tests. Now here out of laboratory to field. So here high intensity interval training. It means your intensity will be at a time peak in between intervals. Then again you will apply peak. For example, I am doing some exercise in high intensity situation. Suddenly my heart rate will be up to within 30 seconds. I will go up to 60, 160, and I will take a 30 second or 1 minute break, and then again I will pick up to 160, 180. So this is how you can manipulate your intensity in terms of high, low. So this is ideally the concept behind this high intensity interval training. So moving on, this is related to anaerobic power. Once we have assessed, weighted that peak power, how you will give the suggestions to your coaches. Coaches will ask, okay, my cycle is having 1126 watt power. So scientists, do you suggest that whether this value is optimum for in that particular athlete to achieve what you will take? And same vice versa, some question if it is his or her anaerobic power is 500 watt. They can ask whether that is optimal, whether it is good or below average. How you will suggest? So here some of the training modalities that we ideally suggest to our coaches to incorporate in their sports specific training. For example, athletic event which lasts less than 6 seconds. So definitely fully anaerobic, isn't it? So power sport like sprinter. World class sprinter, how much second they will take to complete 100 meter? Any idea? 92. So this is fully anaerobic. Now to enhance, to boost your anaerobic system, you should suggest some of the training modalities which will helpful to increase their anaerobic power. So here, like other anaerobic training also improve, like phosphocreatine, because this is ATP-PCS system will work for your anaerobic system, anaerobic power exclusively. Clear? So that was for anaerobic from laboratory to field. In details, testing modalities, we will be taking care direct observation in respect of hands-on. How you will conducting VO2max testing, how you will be conducting that power testing, how you will be conducting the field testing in respect of MSFT, in respect of RAST, that both aerobic and anaerobic. Okay? So this slide here I am ending for field to laboratory part. Then we will go for high performance testing part. Now I just quickly take some questions so far from you. 2 questions, 4-5 questions from both sides. Since what we have discussed from starting energy to the assessment, I will quickly take some of the questions from both sides. So there is no question?
I have 2 questions.
Yeah, please.
So the first one is when you said that you have one field testing, laboratory testing. So there is some mental because when an athlete is performing one field, the purpose is to win or to achieve something, right? So there is a goal that the athlete focuses on when he's doing any, let's say it's critical, the focus is to win. So when you're testing in the laboratory, the focus is not winning, the focus is just to showcase how much you can perform. So that mental wise, is there a parameter that you consider?
Okay.
Is there a difference that I see?
Are you asking about the difference between field testing and values?
Yeah, and the values, when you experience
Okay, good question. He is asking what I come to know. As I have discussed about both the field testing and lab testing, considering or taking in account in between two athletes. This is field testing, this is lab testing. I am not distinguished between aerobic and anaerobic in middle athlete. Now he is asking athletes aim to not only achieve medal or at the same time to give the best in their assessment. And subsequent their mental status, you are asking a mental status, or their thinking, their thought process in respect of testing lab and field. You are asking like this. Is it unclear? So, see, what we have observed particularly in our athlete, because we are dealing with almost national athletes, junior athletes, different degrees of their level, junior, senior, elite. One thing from my experiences I realized, whenever you will call an athlete to be assessed in your lab or field, there is something in their mind. Something in their mind in terms of situation. For example, I am a sprinter. Scientists taught me for anaerobic power assessment. Okay, in lab as well as in field in subsequent time duration. So now athlete will make think, even sometimes I have observed, athlete first will ask, sir, I have a competition in next 17th of this month, but my coach sent me to be assessed my anaerobic power status. So their athlete mind in terms of their target is to somehow by default it is to win medal. Our target is to check whether for winning medal they are having up to that level. That is our prospect. But athlete prospect directly, maybe your question you are saying directly that athletes aim not to win the medal but to perform in the assessment best. Yes, but we as a scientist we must have to think their mental status, because in our SAI ecosystem, sport fraternity, we ideally fix the testing as per coach's demand as well as taking in account of athlete. Without athlete knowledge, we never perform the testings. Whatever, maybe pre-competition, maybe GPP, general preparatory phase. I mean onset of training. Like if it's a broad area, if you think about periodization, calendar, there will be different cycles. So you have to consider. But in athlete mind, sometimes they feel, if I am not giving the testing, I think I will be very fine for my competition. They might think, because these all are allowed kind of tests. In this context, you have to convince properly in their athlete level the importance of this particular test, how it will be helpful to increase their performance. Once athlete will realize the importance of any scientific testing, say for example XYZ, it could be aerobic, anaerobic, psychology, biomechanics, then only they will put their best effort. Otherwise it is useless. To showcase we have lab, we are performing, these are the results, that is useless. That's why we ideally focus athlete taking in consideration, taking in the loop that they must be aware about the testings. Some of the parts I skipped here that I will be discussing during this treadmill testing. So that is one point. Yeah.
One more follow-up question is,
yes.
What you mentioned.
So one more follow-up question with respect to what you mentioned. As per coaches how do you think that based on some point might some point might so say as per so is it somewhere sports science as per requirement
What's your opinion? Vinny has raised two very practical questions. First one was very interesting, second one more interesting in terms of deciding on requirement of testings. Two words I have used. As per coach's demand, taking in account sport specific requirements.
clear sport-specific requirements and coaches demand. So ideally, if you consider, and I will be taking in two phases. First, considering entire calendar, periodization, considering competition. We are all sportsmen, we are all in sports science profession. So we have to think not only directly science, also we have to think the practical reality. What's the competition in upcoming? Because coaches, they are having their plan, their own plan. Scientific people, they are also having their own plan of scientific assessment. So ideally, in our ecosystem, we are having the testing twice in a calendar year. It means 6 months duration. We as a scientific people consider requirements for sport specific for a footballer. We will be conducting some kind of test which is applicable and gold standard for footballer. Same thing, we will be considering the testing for wrestler, those who are exclusively sport specific. Now, coaches demand, it means sometimes you may follow, if you are working in a direct sports ecosystem, your coach sometimes feel during the training they are not performing or they are not recovering properly. For example, take an example of sprinting. Sprinting, your coach having their own sport specific training and they will perform. Sometimes may or may not be some athlete, their performance is not up to mark on ground as per coach's thought process or as per their understanding. So they might thought, okay, I am having sprinter, I am having my own training schedule, then what's wrong with anaerobic power? What's wrong with their recovery? Why they are not capable to resist or digest the load and subsequent recovery? There might be something which is not either training, we have to motivate, either their bodily response and adaptation is not up to that mark. So there are some questions which will move around their mind. Then they will come. This is I'm taking and I'm just explaining as per my experience and what we deal in reality. So they will come, they will talk that okay, these are the scenario of my athlete XYZ. So now what we suggest? Because we already know the demands of sport specific sport. Like cycling, what test will be applicable? For fencing, what test will be applicable? For middle distance, what test will be applicable? So from our side, picture is very clear. But we have to take the account of coach's demand sometimes with critical analysis. This is my answer. Okay? So this is how we decide. Yes, please. I think, Vinay, is it clear for you? Yeah, this is the reality actually.
My question related with energy system or respiration systems. This what it will be when you talk about circulation. The energy system, ATP, which I will put at ATP and PCR or phosphorylated. I think so. Intensive exercise less than 2 minutes. Intensive exercise of less than 2 minutes, we use anaerobic respiration system or anaerobic energy system. That may be PCR, phosphorylated, that used to generate energy phosphorylated. So is that possible to regenerate PCR, phosphorylated? The other question is how we use in aerobic respiration system or aerobic energy system maybe applications of long distance. Is that possible? During long distance, is that possible to apply a phosphorylated energy system? That is my question.
Yeah. My understanding is that he is asking about replenish of anaerobic to aerobic. You again try to regenerate of adipic and subsequent you try to get adipic. Is this your question?
The first question is that.
Okay.
Again, shall we use PCR in immediate long distance for aerobic exercise?
Okay, I got your point. So this is another concept. That's why I used to focus
with energy system. Because ultimately what we are doing, you are taking assessment based on physiological principle like energy. He is asking about anaerobic pathways or dominating some activities, and as we know anaerobic it means ATP PCR system, right? And subsequent production of energy. Now second part he is asking, is it possible to regenerate that PCR to make the same energy? Your question. Using PCR instant to get the energy. Right?
Not only get the energy, so use intensive exercise.
Intense kind of exercise. Yeah. That concept in our physiology so called AT. Remember, AT, anaerobic threshold. I will discuss that with the how and how this ATP followed by production of energy, and again it is reusing and we are getting the energy. This transition, this is so called transition of aerobic to anaerobic to minimize any intense kind of, or it could be moderate to high load kind of activity. That concept is so called anaerobic threshold, AT. Clear? I will in detail discuss about that pathways and how it is useful to replenish or to again reboost the energy in terms of ATP. Clear? Is it clear? Good question. This is the concept of anaerobic threshold, and it's for particularly distance runner. Your concept is very, what he has asked. This AT, anaerobic threshold, is such an important parameter which will have direct impact on their training. Subsequent athletic performance, particularly distance runner. I get one example with one athlete and another athlete, how they are helpful getting benefit for particular AT training. That is so-called anaerobic threshold training. So that in details I will show some pictorial ideas on that example. I will discuss. So before that, sir, what's the plan now?
We will continue.
We will continue or 12:30. Now 12:30. If you wish a break for 5 minutes, it will be given. But second part we will be discussing high performance sports, like some concept like lactate threshold, anaerobic threshold. Some concept like high performance sports like high altitude. And last part in my slide I have discussed about HRV. Clear? In practical session, spirometer is there, some expert test is there, but see, in this shortage of time, we can't segregate core physiology. We will side by side, we will be working or parallelly theory, practice. Theory, practice. Directly if you eliminate theory, then we will not get directly practical, because theory must have to clear the concept, then application. Subsequent slide I will cover both the things. So let's quickly take a break for 4 minutes. If you wish to go out, come back by 4 minutes, within 4 minutes. Okay? So second lecture part will complete. And this one is going to be very practical. I show some of the pictorial things. There you will get how exactly we are performing the assessment. Okay? I
ನೋಡಿ ಮುಖ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ಮುಖ ನೋಡಿ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಎತ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಿ
Toast your feet. Coffee. Coffee. No, squash. One drink. What? That's coffee. Coffee cup.
ನಂಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಕಾಣ್ತು
ತಂದಿದೆಯಾ ಎಂತ ಮಾರ ಇದು ಒಂಥರ ಇದು ಬರುದ ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಸ್ಲೀಪ್ ಅದು ಹೋಗಿ ಬರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ
It is very difficult, all person. It is very difficult to make you understand it. Since last 12 years work or experience within 6 hours 15 minutes. This is reality. That's why yesterday I was also talking with Dr. Santosh sir that ours is this is very rare to work with real-time athlete and applying your concept and subsequent outcomes, which is very important in recent area of sports science. That's why we kept again and again we are all repeating that our workshop is going to be very relevant in terms of practical exposure. Practical. Anywhere in India, even I have conducted so many workshops, but to get hands-on exposure, it is quite difficult because there are some other factors. If organizers try to give you hands-on, this is very challenging because as a sports science professional, I will say lab equipment, lab is lab. There is no compromise. You have to maintain all the so-called sophisticated equipment. For that you have to maintain the level with decorum, right? So participant, there are various like research scholar, MPH scholar, physical education director, physical education profession, sports science. So structure of the audience or participant is varied, right? Now directly to handle the equipment, it is very scary for those who are having this facility because sometimes your sensor may not work, which is costly around 1,84,000. Sometimes your sensor which is directly connected with Bluetooth and other systems, it may stop. So this time I think we have taken a great challenge by Dr. Santosh sir because sir aim is to not to keep it simple like a workshop to discuss, to deliver some good slides with animation and some photo system. It is not. Our aim is to provide you real-time example, real-time athlete, real-time data. That is very important. And that is why we have designed, we have made the lectures very simple. Because if I put all the research papers, all the work, it is very difficult to understand within 6 hours, 15 minutes of last 16 years work. Clear? But I wish you people try to interact, try to generate some questions out of box. Why VO2max is so? Because again and again you will be getting VO2max, aerobic, heart rate, lactate, anaerobic. Because this is core area. Athlete performance is predominantly responsible for such area, such circle of physiology. Okay, let us start after a break. That's why I kept my slides in different tabs. Now we will be having some threshold concept like lactate. We all know about those who are like diabetic, those who are having some other kind of, maybe it's not assessment for, I'm talking about now sedentary. So that time I really do the assessment of like sugar, blood sugar, what's the level in different situation like pre, post, whatever, after meal, whatever you get. In the same way like a diabetic patient to check the blood sugar during resting and PP, whatever, after meal, there will be some level, right? So similarly, we also do some kind of testings like direct impact of the parameter or the stress or whatever else, XYZ. You will get some information. So such kind of concept and different basic foundation principle is behind. That's why this threshold concept has arrived. In this slide you can see it is written lactic threshold, lactate. How many of you know about lactic acid? We all know. How many of you know about lactate? Lactic acid and lactate. Could you please say any difference between lactic acid and lactate? Then we will go for threshold. Please, anyone? We all are here for general discussions, not to showcase our I am correct, I am wrong. No, if I speak it is wrong, then it will be difficult. People will others will think, oh, you don't know about lactate. It is not like that. Let us have it more interactive. Lactate and lactic acid. Simple questions. Lactic acid or lactate? Somebody who is chemical reaction or acid. That is lactic acid.
Lactate is the end product of
Yes, sir. I am asking to make everybody interact. So you already nicely spoke about lactic acid and lactate. So basic plus 2 or 10 or 8 of CBSE board, or nowadays it's 6, I guess. This thing you will learn, lactic acid and lactate. So is there any basic difference as I asked? So the term lactate refers to the base of lactic acid. That's saying everything, all the story, all the carbon, that central carbon bond, hydroxyl, all the things ends. With this statement, the term lactate refers to the base of acid. Base and acid. That's the concept behind it. So don't be confused with lactic acid and lactate. Clear? So let us start. Lactate threshold. I gave the basic definition of lactate threshold. Now, once you will do performing actual testing, lactate pricking, we have the practical. So, but before that, just take some points, some terminology, some confusing synonymous terminology to clear your concept, then we will apply. So lactate threshold is what if you try to define in a single line sentence, what will be your definition? Simply it is written, LT or lactate threshold is the exercise intensity. So first point you get intensity, remember, then that is associated with a substantial increase in blood lactate during incremental exercise. So 3 keyword, remember, first exercise intensity, right? Second, substantial increase in blood lactate, and third, during incremental test. So you all are sitting right now. If I take the blood sample for the lactate test, I will get some value. So will it be a lactate threshold value? Hello? Will it be a lactate threshold value? No. It will be a lactate value of your resting. Clear? Now, if I put you all the systems, all the mass, all the apparatus, and put you on treadmill, and if you try to run on 10 or 12 or 14 km per hour, subsequent I will be taking the blood sample for the analysis of lactate. Is there any chances to get this LT? Yes, you will get. Clear? So this is how theory and practical incorporate to make you clear about lactate threshold. So now, at what point, my question, I came on treadmill, from sitting chair to treadmill, in all the apparatus and speed considering. Now, you may ask, then what point I will think that this point is lactate threshold. That's why I kept this line, the point at which there is a sudden increase in blood lactate concentration during a graded exercise testing. First line it was incremental. Now I am using to make you confused, graded exercise testing. But end product is nothing confusion. Incremental it means it will increase, and graded it means same. But graded ideally we fix for TMT, treadmill testing, graded. For example, gradation of your speed is 8 km. After 3 minutes it will be 10. Another 3 minutes, 12. Like that you can make your protocol. Clear? So lactate threshold is the point where the level of concentration of blood lactate will be increasing during incremental or graded exercise. Now again confusing. You may ask, sir, then if I don't have treadmill, I can't create in graded and speed, then how I will get lactate? This can be question, na? You don't have sophisticated equipment of 5, 10, 20, whatever lakhs. Now you want to do lactate threshold testing. Is it possible to easily to design protocols for your athlete and to estimate LT? Yes, you can. You have failed. One test is there, that is so called Conconi test. C-O-N-C-O-N-I, Conconi test. This is ideally 400 meter track test. Here you have to check the heart rate and subsequent time interval period of pricking into potable lactate. Right? Potable lactate system should be there. And you will get some values. For example, blood sample of lactate starting from resting. And now gradually he or she will be moving around. So his intensity will be higher. So at a point you can plot in respect of XY curve. These are the speed you can measure through heart rate, then subsequent lactate values. Over a period of time you will get a plot, a point to check that particular value. Clear? So this is how lactate threshold came in picture. So last line, it is some words are there, but I don't try to explain these all words. This is for your purpose. So conceptually, the LT represent an exercise level, definitely, as I am taking that example of 400 meter track, right? Or you can think about treadmills with having speed. Clear? So this is the level. Maybe power output treadmill, then due to EE, you will get EE for energy expenditure. Don't forget, this terminology will be helpful for your direct testing. So where tissue hypoxia triggers an imbalance between lactate formation and its clearance. This is very precise sentence. See, our body, our homeostasis, our system is designed by the nature. Now, lactate, if you are working, lactate production will be there. But God gifted this human body, there is also a system which will remove the lactate. And every system having its own capacity. I can work easily, but my body's capacity is not to fly right now over this floor. It is not possible. So that's why body system will react accordingly. So here it is written imbalance between lactate formation and its clearance. Normally if I am walking or jogging, lactate will maybe produced and subsequently it will be replenished or it will be clearance. But in situation where production will be higher in compared to clearance, then this imbalance will, and that will indicate that point, lactate threshold. Clear? I think it is clear. Now moving on this curve. These are some of the testing or different research work has been carried out across the globe, and we are getting how lactate plot curve. Taking that example of 400 meter track, initially I have started. So you are taking different values of lactate with different gradation of exercise or intensity. You are trying to plot it, or you can have a statistical regression model to check to find out the LT level. So here, let us start. This is oxygen consumption. Right now I am on treadmill. You are having that blood lactate, that portable lactate systems or analyzer. And now, here you can see x-axis, oxygen consumption is increasing, and this is ventilation, VE, liter per minute. And now you check how it is going and at what time you are getting the lactate. So ultimately, it will be more clear in this curve if you check the speed. Now come back to 400 meter to treadmill. Just think, try to correlate your concept with treadmill and lactate threshold, then it will be more clear. So speed is increasing from 8 km to 12 to 14 to 16, subsequent up to 34, for example. And here you are taking the lactate values from starting from 0 millimole, then 1, 2. Now if we plot, actually these are manual. Here I am just trying to explain you, but in systems we will automatically get if you pick over the period of different gradation. So here now you can see at the speed of 8 we are having how much? Ideally 5 millimole per liter. Then at the speed of 14 we are getting something. At the speed of 20 we are getting around 2.5. At the speed of this is approximately 3.7. Then again we are getting 4. This is clear, no? Very clear, simple curve. So here you can see at the level of 4, just mark this point. At the level of 4 during incremental exercise. Just remember the previous slide, first language. Lactate threshold is the point. It is an exercise during incremental, last slide. So exercise timing is going on. And here you are getting the value of 4 millimole. So this value is so called OBLN. in the first slide heading, it was written lactate threshold and OBLA. What is the full form of OBLA? Completely fine. So here, this point is so-called onset of, because scientists have observed and it is widely accepted. Now some controversy is there and some new concept has arrived regarding OBLA. So this value of 4 millimole is so-called onset of blood lactate accumulation. Name itself saying onset, I mean starting. So now I will take little bit of his questions, that pathways and its responsibility, like contribution of anaerobic, contribution of aerobic to production of, to minimize or clearance the lactate. Yes, here also your systems will go. Everything we have to take in consideration as a product of metabolism, as a systemic part. Then only we can correlate. See, every system is having its own nature. Liver is functioning. At the same time, my nerve is functioning. At the same time, my brain is circulating, everything. It is a systemic approach, right? So here I think it is clear that lactate, this is how we are getting. So now, some of the terminology, confusing terminology in respect of lactate threshold. So remember, first one, all these following terms which will become right now refers essentially to the same LT phenomena. I will quote again. साइंटिस्ट ने बहुत सारे रिसर्च भी किया है, रिसर्च जो माइंड है उसमें उन्होंने कुछ ऑब्जर्वेशन भी देखा है और जिसका डिफरेंट टाइम स्केल में डिफरेंट नाम से पैटर्न भी आया है. लैक्टेट थ्रेशोल्ड, वेंटिलेटरी थ्रेशोल्ड, all the threshold, different time, different population they have studied, they have arrived at a particular point and they contributed. So don't think sometimes कि आप जो कर रहे हैं वो काम पूरा accepted हो गया. It should be widely accepted. Lactate threshold, they have given the concept. Now everybody is saying ventilatory threshold. Somebody is saying no, anaerobic threshold. Somebody is saying other kind of compensation point. So don't be confused. Don't be too widely accepted with some point. That's why I kept some of the points here. Yeah. First one, expiratory compensation threshold. Just you can write down this point as well. Then anaerobic threshold. Then OBLA. Then optimum ventilatory efficiency. I have find out all this nomenclature and put it in like this fashion so that you never be confused with the similar or synonymous words. Sometimes from your exercise physiology or concept and principle of exercise physiology book, you will find some of the concepts like OBA, LT, compensation point, individual anaerobic threshold. So ideally these all are same in LT phenomena. Lactate जब हम करेंगे, that time it will be taken in consideration of blood lactate only. Rest of time you can think as per your requirement it will work, particularly threshold. Okay? So this one I think will be helpful to you, make you more understandable that possible mechanism to explain the lactate threshold. So here lactate threshold, first one is why क्यों 4 मिलीमोल में क्यों आपका ब्लड लैक्टेट को हम OBLA बोलते हैं? Why not it is 5? So this is how, these are the some possible mechanism. First one is reduced rate of lactate removal. That is clearance, isn't it? That is clearance. It means clearance rate of work is not up to the norms. That's why that concentration of occurrence is higher. Second one, recruitment of first twitch fibers. This is a tricky part. Here I am also trying to correlate the muscle as well. Whether first twitch fiber dominating sport, they are having lactate threshold higher, I will take consideration. That's why I put this recruitment of first twitch fiber. I think all of you know about first twitch and second twitch, needless to say. So then, acceleration of glycolysis due to epinephrine. That is also important point. Clear? And then moving on, low muscle oxygen. Now, just try to correlate the previous slide curve, speed of 24, speed of 26. So that time, definitely low muscle oxygen, I mean conducting or uptaking and reduction of oxygen that is not equal, which was earlier in 4 km speed. At 18 or 16, your muscle will not be able to what it was at 4 km per hour. So that's why low oxygen muscle, that is also one of the factor to contribute in LT. Clear? So the measurement of lactate, why we do lactate? Lactate in terms of lactate threshold we are talking about. So it provides, it denotes or it provides you some of the sensitive indicator of aerobic training status. Aerobic training, it means those who are marathon runner, those who are middle distance runner, 1000, 2000, 10,000, whatever, completely endurance. Aerobic training, that is very predominantly, it is a part of their training. So for those group of athletes, lactate threshold and its importance is very quite relevant in terms of particular combat, like 3 minutes or maybe some other combat sports like you can say wrestling. Okay? So second point, prediction of this endurance performance, which is oftenly greater accuracy than VO2 max. VO2 max we do because this is one of the foundation of CRF, cardiorespiratory fitness. But at the same time, if you do LT for your group of athletes, lactate threshold for cycling, I will be showing you in subsequent slide how it is directly impacting your performance. So you have to be clear that why I will do lactate. You have lactate facility, you have lactate strip, but don't go for it until and unless you are very sure that which group of athlete you are carried out that testing and what your aim, outcome, what will be. Then only you go for lactate. Okay? We have the lactate strips, I think protocol lactate strip system. During our afternoon practical session, we will show you how to conduct the lactate test. This one I am just trying to escape the slides because this is quite maybe the difficulty level of this slide may you lose that link. But for the technical part, I will show you this graph here, A, B and C. You can see different values which has been measured in terms of power, anaerobic power, oxygen consumption, again oxygen consumption, and during their blood lactate analysis. So for here, power output it is anaerobic. Look at this curve here at 50 volt, then 100, then 150. How this Kobler and lactate threshold is contributing. Here in this slide, it is related to oxygen consumption in terms of this treadmill testing. This one again for treadmill testing, but having their different variations, like in terms of oxygen consumption. So just avoiding this slide. Last part, that is OBLA. I already spoke about in that particular curve the level of 4 millimole, which is so called so lactate onset, that is so called OBLA, onset blood lactate accumulation. So in this curve it is also clear. So what does it mean? So OBLA, that signifies when blood lactate level concentration is systematically increased up to 4. Now modern science and research are saying we can't accept this 4 millimole per liter. Because why? Recently one Iran group of physiologists, they have performed a testing of vast level acting, and they have seen their response in terms of blood lactate is not 4. Because they widely accepted thing it should be, then only people will recognize you that yes, 4 millimole is OBLA. But they have shown 6.5, right? But still lots of debate is going on. But ideally, our analytic we are also taking care of 4 millimole for OBLA. So last part, some research that I already spoke about this interchangeable words of LT and OBLA. Clear? Now here you see, recently we have conducted last month group of cyclists in their track about that blood lactate test. We have that portable here, Lactate Pro, I think this one, Lactate Pro 2. We will show this demonstration during practical session. Before that, you just check This one recently have conducted for cycling. This is velodrome, their practice is going on with the cycling sports specific training, and subsequent time we are trying to get their lactate value in different their training intensity. Everyone having their own heart rate monitor. We were taking in consideration as per their intensity and load. Because ideally resting you can, then you have to decide at what time you will take that blood lactate. Clear? So this is the some practical application of blood lactate. Now coming to the point, the values. What will be the blood lactate values? That is the point. So resting, how many of you can say during resting condition, right now we are here 23-24 degree. If I prick and take the sample for blood lactate analysis, so vessel, what will be the normal range? Anyone? Any idea? Resting blood lactate level, what will be the value? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What will be the value of lactate? Resting? Anyone? It could be whatever you can say. We will discuss more. Here we are not debating. Lactate value? Resting? So ideally resting is 0.5 to 1.5. Ideally. It could be 2 sometimes as well, depending your adaptability, your age, all the factors you have to take in consideration. So 1 is perfectly fine. Now in this slide you can see some of the literature view in terms of lactate for boxing. I kept here for, I guess, boxing. Yeah. So these are the different countries athlete. These are the participant level, and these are the reported value, and this is the remarks. They gone for different kind of training modalities, and these are the different researchers, group of researchers up to date 2020, some of the group of 30 elite athletes, those who are boxers. They have reported 7.85 plus minus 1.91. These are the range of athletes' blood lactate value, and they have done some kind of training interval. For example, here hypoxic. It means, of course, hypoxic training they have done, and prior pre-post they have conducted the lactate values. Here, this is Indian study. One of our senior scientists from India, long back, it is 2006. That time they have seen for VO2max testing gradation and respective category and their boxing bout and values in blood lactate millimole per liter. First round boxing, of course, round will be there. So they have reported this much values, and these are the subjects. Okay, this is Indian study. This is comparison few of the literature article till 2022. Here you can see these are the values. So my question is that if you are actually having higher lactate value, what will be your take? How you will find out that your athlete lactate is not too higher, not too less? Then only our importance, no? Otherwise measurement and taking the value, whatever, it is useless. That's why we should be very specific again in terms of sport specific. Lactate for you can't go. If you go, you have to justify. Because one lactate strip, it is cost near around 300, 284 or whatever. So you have to be precise as in scientific approach or director, whatever, research scholar. Things should be justified. Why we will be performing this test? So this is how we ideally justify that yes, the requirements of being carried out lactate is important for particular endurance like cycling, like swimmers, some of sports like you can for boxing, we can also do it. So this is the model for endurance performance in terms of lactate threshold. You can see here that capacity means what capacity, aerobic, anaerobic could be, then power, anaerobic, aerobic could be, then performance and other factors, and here lactate threshold taken in consideration. And ultimately we are looking for performance, economy, and this is how it's contributing VO2max, how it is contributing anaerobic capacity, anaerobic power, and ultimately we are going for metal or performance in terms of. Clear? This is just a flow diagram. Now these are some points related to physiological viewpoint of LT, lactate threshold. So some of the training that you can suggest to removal that clearance, so that your capacity or adaptation will be high and lactate clearance will be higher, so that you will not get fatigue too early. So these are some of the points I kept here. And of course VO2 max, if it is like important parameter LT, lactate threshold, that is also significant parameter to correlate, to make it more precise, in depth to know. So this is how it came in consideration. Now sir, I will take your questions here. Now in this particular diagram, you can see anaerobic threshold. Name itself, it is saying anaerobic. When you are talking about anaerobic, which energy system will work? Whether it is oxidative or glycolytic or first glycolytic or ATP-PCR option. When we are talking about anaerobic threshold and anaerobic, without oxygen, yes. Now I will try to correlate your questions. Okay. So others, please be precise and just think about the name anaerobic. So in this particular diagram, you can see anaerobic threshold. You can see aerobic, anaerobic transitions. He pointed out about the contribution of anaerobic in terms of ATP-PCR and replenish or regeneration of ATP-PCR to ATP energy currency again. So this transition, actually your question's answer lies in this transition. Now I will explain it very simply. Anaerobic energy pathway, it means predominantly ATP-PCR. Accepted, no? Anaerobic means predominantly ATP-PCR system. Now somebody will start the intensity of work. It could be percentage, it could be speed, whatever intensity. This y-axis you can see blood lactate concentration. And now work intensity will be increasing subsequently. Now how this aerobic or anaerobic transition zone is happening? Let us take an example. I am running on treadmill on 4 km from starting. I am consuming oxygen. So initially, which system will be responsible for taking oxygen? Initially, oxidative, completely oxidative. Now 4 km I have started. Now I am in 14 km. Which system will be responsible? Aerobic or anaerobic? Aerobic. Somebody is saying aerobic. Anyone anaerobic? No one anaerobic. Okay. I am now running on 18 km per hour. Aerobic or anaerobic? Treadmill taken in consideration. And work intensity means speed is increasing. Now I have started from 4, 12, 14, now 18. 18 is anaerobic. Somebody is saying anaerobic. Okay. Now this is the logic, the answer lies inside this. See, so I have started with aerobic. Now threshold has crossed in 14 or 18 km. This point, anaerobic threshold has started. That time dominancy of anaerobic has started. You can say onset. Aerobic has finished. I have reached maximum. Now my body is responding. I can't take more oxygen, I can go more. So that time your high intensity. See, 18 km is not so easy. Then moving on into another 2 km, 20 km. Now here I am coming like this point. So that time, needless to say that aerobic is not there directly, you can say. Aerobic will be there, but if you talk about the percentage of contribution, I will say I am 70% aerobic and 30% aerobic. But directly you can't say aerobic is not complete. Not responsible. It is that's why it is the transition and again regeneration of ATP from PCR system. Of course, it is also responsible if the lactate, which is I think that LDH enzyme you all know, lactate dehydrogenase. then your systems will go for production of again ATP. That is the point. That's why this aerobic, what is written here? Last, what is written here? Aerobic and anaerobic transition. So this is how lactate threshold concept came into the account. I will take an example in the next slide. This is the example. Just read out, somebody. This 80 HR is anaerobic threshold heart rate. Of course, it is 170 stated, so definitely it is heart rate. Just practical experience and application of anaerobic threshold in terms of athletic performance. Is it completely clear? No stuff language is written here. What it is saying? Athlete A has 70 ml per kg per minute VO2 max. At that time, athlete is 170. And athlete speed. We are also now on treadmill. Remember, athlete speed is 20 km per hour. So, athlete A having 70 km ml per kg per minute VO2, athlete is 170 and speed is 20. Now, athlete B having the same VO2 max, isn't it? 70 and athlete is the same. But what about speed? 2 km lesser or higher? Higher. Now, you are a coach. Scientists told this all the values. Now, how you will apply? In competition of long distance running, you are a coach, track and field athlete, and your athlete's nature is long distance. So, athlete B has the obvious advantage. Somebody can tell why? Because what? At the same speed, he or she is taking 20 km per hour speed, athlete is same, VO2 max is same. But why athlete B has obvious advantage? Due to what? AT speed. So this is the science and this is the application of sports physiology, particularly in middle and long distance running. Because just simply consider your athlete's speed is higher. So that time speed higher, but oxygen he or he has taken 70. In compared to those speed is lower. At that 20 km he or he already took 70 ml per kg. But in another 2 extra kilometer, yes, that is the logic. So that's why endurance training, particularly athletes of middle and long distance, it should be, write down this point throughout your life, you will remember. It should be at AD level, anaerobic threshold level, taking in consideration aerobic and anaerobic zones. See, when you will be practically doing your training with respect to heart rate monitor and all the things, definitely you will get pulse, heart rate, their zones. Now you have to consider that anaerobic threshold. For that, once you will do the assessment for treatment, like here I get speed, heart rate, and another one that is oxygen consumption. So same speed, they might be varied kind of oxygen consumption. So if somebody's speed is higher, so definitely he or she will be in advantage condition. Because he will be taking the same oxygen in lower speed who has taken the same oxygen. Isn't it? Same thing, that is clear here. So training should be at or at the AT level by considering their speed. This is the concept of anaerobic threshold. Clear? So that part is over. Now we will be in high performance sports. What is written here? Hypoxic training and its advancement in sports performance. Some stories there. Those who are direct athletes, how many of you know about this story?
He's my country hero.
Yeah, that's why I gave this one. Yeah. So I think this story everybody knows. You must be the good person or right person to explain what happened with this athlete and particular this Mexico City Olympic. How many of you know about this? Just read out. Simple story is written which is approximately 735650 feet. Clear? And which is above sea level. So Ethiopian Olympic medalist won the marathon, but his time is this, which is slower than previous Olympic. This was Australian distance runner. You can Google it later on. Ron Cloud. What happened with him? He was also 100 meter. He was the world record holder that time. And this athlete was distance runner and was the favorite and world record holder in 10,000 meters. Now what happened? At least 2 athletes participated in those games. I am talking about 1968, this previous one. Now concept came, at least 2 athletes, those 2 I have written here, who participated in those games were glad that they were had performed in a refined or you can say more pure in air status in particularly Mexico City. Why? Mexico City, what about their altitude? Yes. Now if India is hosting Olympic in after 32 years, what will be the impact of Mexico City Olympians? So this is how this scenario came. This was another American track and field athlete, their story. And also some American Olympian, particularly in that summer 1968, those who have been beaten by some of the timing. And those time, this maybe seems like you, why you kept this name and story. Because this is the science and this hypoxic training concept has arrived because from 1968 Mexico City Olympic and subsequent timing in respect, they have observed some research advisory committee because every Olympic and post discussion, everything will be there in particular scientific community. So this was the observation that why they have performed well and few of the athletes has reported their performance was decreased, although they won gold medal. That's why this concept came, high altitude training. So the concept behind high altitude, you know this distance in terms of meter, in terms of feet. Okay? So ideally what does it mean? So altitude is related to air pressure. So inside this room, simulated AC and all the things is there. If you check the altitude here and if you check somewhere in India, part of Himachal, Silaro, that altitude, it will be altered. So this is how this air pressure is responsible to accustomed with oxygen level. So high altitude or HAT, this hypoxic training chambers, this will come in scenario after 1968 Mexico Olympic, because that time that I told that story previously. So what are the physiological benefit for this high altitude performance? So basically this is related to again VO2 max, enhancement of VO2 max. Okay? So I will just quickly go about physiological applications of this high altitude training. So there are different training modalities of hypoxic training. In India, in our Sports Society of India, there are 3 hypoxic chambers which have been already installed. One is Patiala, Bengaluru and Sonipat, as well as National Center in Silaro. There are athletic populations, those who are middle distance, long distance, they are taking the training. So now, how does it directly involve any direct performance or in cellular level? So if you check or look back in this, in cellular level, what are the different physiological changes which is responsible for the increase or enhancement of your mass? So this is just in cellular nature you can check. So in high altitude, the partial pressure of oxygen, if it is decreased, what are the changes immediately you will find out. If I am putting you in moon, what are the changes immediately you will get. If I am putting you from sea level to in altitude, immediately what are the symptoms you will get. Right? So same concept. These are some physiological changes. And ultimate, if it is decreasing, if it is increasing VO2 max, these are the different cellular level pathways. Okay? So initiative having its a good impact on particularly athletic population, those who are marathon runners. And the thing is, athletes should not exposed in immediate in hypoxic chamber and coming out from hypoxic training, dynamic competition, that is also a factor. See, my competition is June and now here in May, I am taking hypoxic training of group of athletes. So immediately once they will come back in sea level, whether they will be able to perform rightly what we have aimed for hypoxic training or later on it will decrease. So minimum 14 to 21 days prior, if it is so, then only we will get the advantage. Otherwise, again it will be same. Okay, so these are some training point of view. So that is related to just in brief hypoxic training chambers and its application in high performance sports. So ideally, hypoxic training, they are having some training protocols inside chambers. For example, this is a chamber room. First slide you have seen that room, the chamber. So you will be trained, you have to have inside the chamber, like fooding, your latrine, all the things will be inside, sleeping. There are some training protocol like live high, train low. Live high means you have to be there and you have to be trained in low to moderate intensity. Then another one is live high, train high or train low. Like that, some of the standard protocol is there. So ideally, minimum we suggest about 6 to 8 weeks. 6 to 8 weeks. Yani 1 to 2 months, that is maximum. So 6 to 8 weeks, the effect we are supposed to take. So you can incorporate some of the biochemical assessment like whatever, like you can do hemoglobin, check at that time hypoxic training. You can also check other biochemical parameters like SGPT, SGOT and blood other parameters as well. Subsequently taking in consideration, as we are saying, VO2 max will increase. So ultimately oxygen consumption, of course your hemoglobin is higher, then erythropoietin, all the things will come into consideration. Okay? So that much for hypoxic training. Now if we little bit, just 2 or 3 slides, what the importance of sports genomics, genetics in sports. So here, we are very familiar with this, right? So, is there really genius or talented, or it is magic, or they are by God, they got the gene? What science says? So that's why the concept of sports genetics are arrived. What they are saying, some of the genes in your sports performance, like if you are a sprinter, if you are a middle distance runner, some of the group of genes which are responsible for your sprinting performance. But do you think that the gene, the dominancy of genes, for example, Ethiopian athletes, some kinds of gene is dominating, Jamaican athletes, some kind of genes are very dominating in terms of sprinting.
We don't answer the Jamaican athletes, most athletes genetic factor. Maybe affect us, socio-economic status.
Yeah, long back. Just I'm taking example, like Caucasian, like Asian, you will get such kind of variations, right? So this is how molecular level sports genomic has arrived. Earlier we used to know about genetics in normal clinical research, but in sports it is also taking care in advanced high performance. So we can think like this. So then moving on, electrophysiological point of view, like EEG, your brain nervous system function. You can see here in our EMG session, Dr. Sadhu sir will explain how EMG will helpful to check their muscle activity, to check the type of muscle fibers that can be carried out through EMG. This is also part of physiology in terms of advanced research. So then for brain activity, you can also monitor athletes' recovery status, whether athlete is getting recovered properly. What about their load monitoring? Whether they are getting proper sleep. So everything you can monitor through some physiological modalities in terms of research. And biofeedback, this is also one important area. Sports psychologist tomorrow, I think they will get some exposure. So ultimately this point of view of here all, including ECG, will be having ECG for afternoon session, we'll check the heart rate, their variations. Okay? So these are all is related to psychophysiological aspects of high performance sports. So in India we are also having EMG and EEG and all other ECG. So same clinical setup as well as in sports. We are already very lag behind, but still now we are improving, we are learning all the things, we are having sophisticated equipment and science is now growing, right? So this is how we have to definitely train our brain to get that optimum performance. Not only training can give you 100%, but you have to train your brain through some advanced kind of science involvement with equipment and of course technology. So things are very quite clear. So lots of research has been carried out related to this or EEG in terms of athletic population. Here are some of the index journal articles which I quoted here. You can see so many articles, researchers they are trying to explore their research in terms of ECG, EEG and also that biofeedback. Another new area, some of students recently came across that they are also exploring some physiology in terms of sports as well. These are quite interesting. Even some of the disciplines which are also involved in that part. Although it is very nascent and it's not amateurs we are in there, but still in behind, coming 20 or 30 years definitely we may have this kind of exposure. Some of the group of researchers they are already established, but in India there is no scope for this gravitational physiology. But still biomechanics people they are trying to explore it. Okay? So that much portion is covered. Now only one part left, which is heart rate and heart rate variable, HRV. So just remember, continuation, because there are no from morning starting with bioenergetics and ending with high performance, it is quite tedious to capture all the concepts. But my aim is to, and I suppose you have captured some of the keywords like aerobic threshold, like OBA4, millimole per liter. You have captured that aerobic pathways, that compensation point. You have captured VO2 max. You have recalled anaerobic power. You have recalled that bicycle. You have recalled the treadmill. You have recalled that heart rate in terms of speed of anaerobic threshold, right? That is our achievement. That you at least come to know the basic concept, and as well as in practical application of sports, taking some different kind and nature of sports example. So that much thing we are expecting from you, that at least clear the concept, then practical will be very interesting. Then only you may ask, sir, VO2 max is increasing, VO2 is increasing, but VO2 is decreasing. And at a point you are again saying, sir, VO2 is increasing, VO2 is not increasing. Then I will counter ask you, what's the reason? Then you will say, sir, this is the anaerobic and aerobic zone, and one of the criteria is being fulfilled by the athlete to give their best for the assessment of VO2. This is my goal. This is how I was trying to explain. Although I have several times, I think 9 times I have repeated the slide, this one, that one. But don't be confused. Strict with the nomenclature, strict with the terminology. That's enough to concept that exercise. I think all you will be agree with my statement. Yeah? Okay. So last part HRV I will take just 8 to 9 minutes. Okay? And practically I will show how Indian researcher and abroad researcher they are getting the advancement of HRV training. Okay? Okay, before HRV, I will just go for heart rate. heart rate is wide in terms of physiology. Everywhere you get heart rate, heart rate, heart rate. And those who know about heart rate, they assume we know everything all about physiology. Maybe this is just general statement I am giving, but yes, knowing the concept of heart rate, I mean what are the different regulating factors, you can be sports physiologist. You can nurture your athlete with superior training modalities like heart rate. Now, what is the importance of heart rate monitoring in particularly sports? Here in this picture you have seen it is written live heart rate monitoring and some discipline of athlete, they are performing some kind of training. So it is judo again. So they are everyone having heart rate monitor and their values directly is monitored with GPS facility and bit to bit heart rate we can check here. And this is the GPS heart rate monitor we are having to OLED, that is widely accepted heart rate monitor. Here you can see the analysis and different modalities. Now we go for it. Now coming the concept HRV. What is heart rate variability? Just key points here it is written. RR interval. How many of you know about ECG? In our day-to-day life, our family members sometimes they go for ECG, right? So have you seen that ECG, that printed long 30 centimeter paper, have you seen? With some khichdi kind of things, go up and down, up and down. So that is basically the measurement or assessment of ECG, electrocardiogram. And the printed one is graph. Okay, don't be confused with gram and graph. Okay, so second is bit to bit. Some key points, just quickly go through these key points. RR interval, bit to bit, variations, again where, field monitoring and sports. Every talk will end with sports and sports performance. That's why we are sports physiologists. So, RR interval. Now ECG, that printed one, forget about that. Now take this digital one. Here, this curve is going like P, then here it is written Q, this is R, then again it is Q, P, Q, R, this is S, this is T. Okay, this digital one just have to. So this is the wave of ECG. In that printed one in your ECG graph, it is digital one here in animation format. You just correlate. You just try to find out the waves. P, Q, R, S. Now, could you please tell me what is this here? I should write which notch of a wave of ECG? This is R. This is R. This is R. This is R. First key point RR interval. So this is R, this is R. Now what is the interval? So definitely this one. Is it clear from this graph? If it is clear, then you got heart rate variability concept clear. Just starting from bit, your heart, this is what it is. This portion of, just remember the chambers. This is right or left of PPT. I am asking about PPT right or left? Right. Yes. Okay. So this is left ventricle. This one, our visualization now as an audience. This is left ventricle, right? So left ventricle now you are getting the wave. Just see the animation, how it is going and how it is executing. And now you have here it is not written PQRS. It is here you are writing. Here it is the ideal PQRS normal wave. And to make you understandable, I kept this slide, this animation for your understanding. You will be responsible to put or write here R. This is R. This is R. This is R. That's why I kept the point RR interval. That clears the concept of HR. Okay. So here, this R2, this R, if it is one cardiac cycle is completing, what's the timing? 0.8. Yes. So these variations ultimately so called HRV. So now coming into sports performance. Now let us take an example. I am a wrestler, I am an archery player. Now boxing, everything I spoke about, I will come into archery. That is one of my interested area. Okay, so now archery being a skill sports, like shooting. Archery, how many of you recall Tokyo 2020 Olympic archery shooting? Anyone? Atunu Das, shooting time, how many of you have seen? What you have seen? This time Tokyo Olympic, you have seen, if suppose heart rate was displayed during their every shooting. Hello, will you agree with me? I was also given the explanation why heart rate is important in particular skill sports like archery and shooting. So when Atunu was shooting, Atunu Das, our national international athlete, that time if you Vinith, you have told that I have seen. So that time, one shooting his heart rate was, if I am not wrong, 132 in second shoot. Immediately in the subsequent shoot, it reaches up to 139. And in counter, the Korean athlete, his heart rate was 26. Now you can say or conclude the application of physiology during competition, isn't it? So heart rate is such a biomarker, or you can say non-invasive tool of HRV that will give you the status of that particular athlete during the competition, isn't it? So that time you can also check that HRV, the variations, why ups and down in her way. That will give you the actual pictorial aspect with qualitative, not qualitative, quantitative data. Like variations is like so low. Variations is so low. So the relation with HRV performance, just in simple language, I will say in one line, if athlete's HRV is higher, performance will be higher. That is the principle. If HRV is lower, lower HRV denotes lesser performance, lesser cardiorespiratory fitness. So in sedentary life, we as sedentary people, or I am not saying about sports people, if somebody's variations is lower, it can denote some of the diseases, some of the heart diseases. It can be the sign of some of the heart diseases if their HRV is low. That is the importance of analysis of HRV. So in this, these are all our lab work actually we used to deal with having this heart rate. So in this first picture you can see this is archery ground. Have you seen the target surfaces? Live monitoring it is going on. Some of the athlete, one athlete XYZ, his heart rate is right now 79. XYZ athlete, we can see in this heart rate monitor. This is one of the advanced kind of heart rate GPS monitoring systems. We are having 30 sensors at a time compact system. So here you can see the 70, is it 79? Yeah, 79 and percentage of their, ability is 40%. And here speed, GPS, all the monitoring, subsequent GPS. This is the live data. So we can check during the shooting. Recently I went with our national team in national level competition at Rajasthan with team to monitor the heart rate. So you will get lots of opportunities and information in terms of direct application of HR and HRV in sports. Okay? Then only coaches will believe you. Then only people will think about science. Otherwise, you have lots of books, international certification that is useless. Until and unless coaches and athletes will believe, yes, this is my heart rate, and during my whatever fencing, I am a UP player, I am a foil player, I am a saber player, my heart rate will be varied. So let us check in this video how this thing is going. This is our one of the good fencers. Live heart rate is going on with her opponent. Her score is also being taken account. And now we are analyzing HR as well as HRV. So in the next slide, I will show you how HRV is being analyzed. So this slide just have a look how real-time data, this test is being conducted in our lab. One of our athlete XYZ her details is like heart rate average 68%. At the same time, you will get all these three. This is cadence in terms of revolution per minute, in terms of speed you will get, and as well as heart rate percentage. So you can bit to bit analyze with real-time data of real-time athlete on their real sports training. That is the direct implication or application of heart rate monitoring in different sports. So now you have to analyze in details. Look at this graph, red point percentage heart rate. How interesting it is. In next slide, I will show the heart rate variability analysis at the same time. Look at this red color percentage. How she has started like this, different activities she has done, and then she has reaches up to how many beats? 198. Last, is it visible to you? 198. And that time speed is how much? At the same time you will get RPM 89. So this is the beauty of real-time GPS heart rate monitoring. And directly you can monitor your athletes' activity and subsequent responses. Now I will go for HRV. So okay, this one is just like kid kind of thing. Here in that curve you can check that maximum heart rate, which is attainable. I mean not predicted. This one is they have attained at that particular time of phase more than 198, and this is recovery how it has started. Sometimes people will start taking the recovery heart rate from here, but it is technically scientifically wrong. You have to check from this point, then only will get the proper recovery. We ideally do recovery period for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes up to 10 minutes. If you don't have that facility on ground, manually you can take. Pulses, different pulse point you can check, athlete coaches they used to do. But if you have kind of personal monitor, you can check real-time data with your systems, you can check. So this is how 1 minute recovery heart rate is in this diagram has said, shown, and when this is taken during the 20-meter method. Okay. So moving on, this is the analysis part. Okay, it is fixed. So let us start with HRV. So heart rate variability, if you look in World Class Research Portal, you will get lots of research work on HRV in clinical as well as in sports field. Why HRV is important? This is just basic physiology in this slide. You can check. This is brain, this is heart, this is the sympathetic, this is parasympathetic. The simple, simple pictorial aspect that will give you the ultimate relation between brain and heart, how it is monitoring. And sympathetic, and this is parasympathetic. Just remember to check the heart rate. Two things you have to remember. One is cardiac autonomic nervous system, its function of sympathetic, its function of parasympathetic. Heart rate is a big thing. It's an umbrella term. Inside that there are numerous measurements like time domain analysis, like frequency domain analysis. So I will just in brief I will tell some of the analysis which we have arrived at some time domain analysis as well as frequency. But now once you will complete your HRV analysis, how you will interpret, that is also important. So this is the importance of heart rate variability, and here you can take two kinds of measurement which has been accepted by World Recognition Commentary Body. They have recognized the short term analysis and long term analysis. So short term it means less than 5 minutes, and longer term it could be throughout the day you can monitor. So these are some of the software and some of the sensors you can directly measure that HRV. Okay? So moving on, let's go a little bit further. Next what will come? These are the different analysis forms, like time domain analysis. Time domain, there are different statistics like SDNN. What is SDNN? Standard deviation of normal to normal. No need not to in depth you have to know, but to just recall or to understand the nomenclature like SDNN, like RR1, like SDNN, RMSSD. These all are different numerical in respect of millisecond we will get. Okay, this is over time domain parameters. Okay, it is written as time domain. Now moving on frequency domain. This is time domain and this is frequency domain. So there are two measurement frequency domain, ideally LF and HF. LF, just remember my word. HF and LF, just remember. HF, that is high frequency. This is responsible for parasympathetic activity. Just write down HF for high frequency. It is responsible for parasympathetic activity as well as some extent sympathetic. Okay, but LF, low frequency, is dominantly sympathetic. So when your heart rate is increasing, which which system of nervous system is responsible? When heart rate is increasing, definitely sympathetic. Up to level you have exhaust your maximum, that time your parasympathetic will start work to make it in baseline, isn't it? So this is how HRV is being carried out by the physiologist. So in this curve you can see, this is analysis of HRV through GHRV software. We have analyzed some of the data with GHRV software. This is some nature of the curve. This is simple, just software kind of technical part. So physiology behind it, HF is responsible for parasympathetic predominantly, but some aspects sympathetic. But your LF is totally for sympathetic. That's the HRV physiology. Rest of technical work. So in sports, yeah, HRV on sports training, yeah, it has a good applications in sports to monitor the training, accurate level of recovery status throughout the bout, and moreover this HRV can give you lots of information about your training status. That is very important. So this is how HRV is being incorporated in modern high performance sports for sports physiology. Okay, I think it is not quite clear. I have tried, but I will show you in my software system also. Just let's have it take a demo. How this HRV is being analyzed real time. You can see all the parameters, mean, RR, SDNN, these are the value, these are the measurement interpretation good based on the statistics and all the value. And in this second diagram, you can see that RM is doing the graphs with gradual timing and increasing nature. Last week we had carried out, so recently I make a video in my phone and I kept it. Okay, this is the system. You can see here the polar complete, the modern HR GPS, that system it is there. So moving on, the software, which I am trying to give you an orient so that later on you can also try for the same. We as a researcher, our goal should be to make others about what we are doing. Take our knowledge, take our suggestions, apply it and go for your sports. Right? So this is one of the software QS Premium. This is paid one. In our lab we are using this Premium. And this is one of the previous one, my earlier work. You can see the date, I think 2018 or 19 something. So this is the report how we generate for HRV. Okay? So you can also have it. If you don't have the software, you have freely available software. With that you can analyze that HRV. This is one of the interesting thing. Somebody can correlate without any word by observing this picture. What ultimately it is saying. Just think for 30 seconds. What ultimately saying? It is equal to 1000 words. Some of the hockey players, they are wearing heart rate sensor. In between, who is he? Coach. Who are there? Trainer. Systems. Here what they are doing? Relax. So ultimate, third party is recovery. These are the hindrance of coaches, of scientists. And these are the trainees. So trainees, they are trying to get better recovery. Coach is pulling them for the faster recovery. In between, sports scientists came And they're saying, okay, after your warm up and followed by your training, you go for warm down or cool down. So scientists came and they saw, yes, do first cool down. How you have started with warming up, in the same fashion you should go for cool down or warm down based on your activity. You have done 40 minutes of training, high intensity. So if you are not giving enough cooling down, how they will recover? What will be the HRV value? So this is how I try to correlate these things. Okay, so let us go forward. This is one video. What I have spoke 3000 words previous 2 minutes. Just read and listen carefully this video. So where is the sound? This video will tell you one of the topless scientists. Is it connected? Yeah, you can connect. You on that database system. Just 1 minute. This video is going to be interesting. What's this? It is on?
ಯಶವಂತ್ ಅಡಾಪ್ಟರ್ ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ
Now 158. So within 2-3 minutes we will sum up. So HRV will complete. It means main concept of physiology will come to know. Now digestion part is after lunch we will think that how much we digest the physiology. Okay. Sir, please connect. In between, let me check my heart rate right now. What will be my heart rate? Anyone can assume right now? Please, any numerical. I am now measuring with standard equipment, kind of, which is also accepted. 82? 85. Somebody? 95. I should start, you are saying intuition, I have to start.
Then it will be 95. 70 to 75.
This is 77. You don't?
I said 80.
80. I will take another measurement by walking in that corner.
80.
Now I will ask some question. See, I am not saying normally. I will ask some questions based on what we have learned. Measurement is going on. Remain still. Please sit it like it is saying. But I am walking. So that my heart rate at least 77 to count.
Disconnecting wireless device.
ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ
88. 77 to 88. Who will tell why it is increased? What's the physiology? In a one line sentence. I will not. Okay, movement. Okay, I take movement. What happened?
Your zipper is ready to pair. The wireless device is ready to be paired.
Why it is increased 10 minutes? Oxygen. Somebody say oxygen. Sorry.
The wireless device has to connect to system.
Your body has responded to physical stress.
Physical stress of what? Walking? Exercise. I'm not done exercise, just walk. Okay, that is also synonymous. Alright. Now tell me, somebody from here ideally is in a right direction. He is saying your body got some stress in terms of working on exercise. So what physiological changes happen inside my body? Immediately? Hormone? Anything else? Muscle? Somebody? Yes? Muscle work? Yes, I am accepted with it. Anything else? Sorry? Energy? Energy, yeah. Energy is also, every system is now working parallelly, na? Physiology, I am strict with physiological. Yes, I am now jumping. So definitely it will be 110. For example, now it is 110. I jumped around 14 times, step up down, and now 180. for example. So starting from 77 to 118, somebody I will ask, what is the role of sympathetic and parasympathetic? What can I explain? In a single line. Now, heart rate you told, exercise stress, widely accepted, alright. Somebody energy expenditure, alright. Now I am moving what we have learned and recently we have discussed about cardiac autonomic system, that is sympathetic and parasympathetic. What is the role and relation between heart rate with this? Who will answer, or you will answer after this video? Okay, let's play the video. If you can get. Sorry?
Your HRV has increased.
HR, is it, you are talking about predicted HR or normal HR? Again,
HRV variable between each beat. It has been increased.
Okay, take this point. What's your name? Kaushik. Okay, you also account his statement. He told, you just love.
His HRV may have been increased. It is a beats between beats. RR rate.
So we have started with 77 and I told 14 times jump and I got 118. So he is saying HRV will might, you are using might. May or might increase. Okay, all things now stop. Let us play the video and I will ask the answer. Okay. Getting some problem. Once you will be learning the teacher, it will be lifelong learning and application is very interesting.
For the world's top experts, HR gives you the sum total beats in 1 minute, which seems easy. For the world's top experts, HR gives you the sum total beats in 1 minute, which seems easy, but it isn't. With better information about HR variability, you can plan with HR variability represents variation between consecutive halvings.
Getting problem. I know our body is saying we have to have lunch, but before that we will decrease or increase our HRV, then we will go for lunch.
For the world's top experts, HR gives you the sum total beats in.
Sir, it is not. It is not moving now, sir. Please check, sir. Sorry, I will take another 2 minutes. Okay, you just recall that answer. Any answer came in your mind? Regarding increase of 77 to 118, in between I have done some, for example, I have done some step up and down. So ideally, sympathetic system, will it be started the starting of heart rate 77 to 80, 90, 100, 110 and up to 180. Do you think that yes, the system of sympathetic, it has started to work to increase the heart rate? Am I stating in right direction or anything else you had not quite? I told about two things. Cardiac autonomic, it means sympathetic, parasympathetic. Parasympathetic is responsible for HRV, high frequency. You will all know about HP laptop, not Lenovo. So HP laptop, just remember the code HP. H for high, P for parasympathetic. Okay, so high frequency will responsible for dominantly parasympathetic nervous system. Parasympathetic, you know that vagus nerve and all the things, it will helpful to reduce your heart rate to arrive at your baseline level. That's it. Sympathetic will higher, right? So 77 followed by 18 times or 14 times up and down up to 118. Definitely work of sympathetic nervous system followed by epinephrine and all the physiological functions, and then it will reach up to 180. Clear? So initially the work of whose has started? Parasympathetic? Sympathetic, not parasympathetic. Okay? For example, I am taking another 15 minutes of up and down, like something, and I reached up to 188. 188, and I am saying I am unable to perform more. I am done. So 188 to now it will go to the baseline. So suppose 188, that means that time the dominance of sympathetic is completely high. Now your other system, God has gifted HP, laptop. So that system will work and it will give you the baseline. So 188, then it will come 70, 14. That's why the importance of recovery, taking the heart rate in terms of recovery, like 1 minute recovery, 2 minute recovery. So ideally in our systems, sporting system, we take the recovery heart rate for 1 minute, immediately they exercise, and heart rate will fall more than 30. Sometimes athletes, जो elite level athlete होते हैं, they can reach up to, decrease up to 43 beats as well. Their resting heart rate is 56. Think, their resting heart rate is 56. So this is how the application
are the worst top experts.
Okay, then put it like this.
With better information about HR variability, you can plan with scientific information. HR variability represents variation between consecutive heartbeats. The cardiovascular system is controlled by autonomic regulation found in the sympathetic and parasympathetic pathway of the autonomic nervous system. According to the evidence, analysis of HR variability can provide information about the athlete, from quality of life to physical fitness, as well as their performance status.
Sympathetic activity increases cardiac contractility, whereas parasympathetic activity reduces HR. Balance in the autonomic nervous system can be altered by several forms of stress, such as incomplete recovery, illness, or psychological factors.
Heart rate variability and training. Is it important? Let's talk with Massimo May, Olympic fencing coach.
I have used the HRV method since 2010. I have improved my sport result and also the training management of my fencer. With this method, I can be able to evaluate the recovery of my athletes and also change the daily workout if the fatigue is high or too high. In my opinion, HRV method helps me to make the training safe and effective.
Every training stimulus produces a bodily reaction. With a heart rate variability, understanding an athlete's response to training stress gives us valuable information for planning.
Measuring HR variability can be divided into three classes: time domain, frequency domain, and non-linear. In the frequency domain, three main spectral components are distinguished: very low frequency, and high frequency. High frequency is related to cardiac vagal influence and represents parasympathetic activity, while low frequency reflects baroflex activity rather than sympathetic activity. An athlete's performance is strictly related to the fluctuations in HR variability.
So bring along the data about the athlete in you and organize the right training program to help you move.
Okay, I think that's it. Here to know about the HF and LF and how real-time coaches, they are giving their consent that I have used my fencers and I am getting the output by analyzing HF. So this is in the same line, we can also perform the HRV analysis in real-time acting during their training, during their different bout or activities. So in such way, we also perform some of the HRV activity for our athletes. So just I will show. System is, I don't know, it's getting hanged. System is also saying we need some energy. Okay. Since 10, 15, 10, 30, you have started. Okay, we can stop, sir, here, and we'll go for lunch, and then we'll come back, and then we'll fit for treadmill and fit. One part is remaining here, that is lung function. Okay, rest of mostly we have covered. So I am ending the afternoon session here. It's 2:12. Okay, 2:15.
What time will meet, sir?
2:45. 30 minutes.
You won't eat much, sir? I will eat, sir.
You read, you eat properly, and what are the items food?
Completed our morning session.
Okay.
We have completed our morning session, which was very informative and very important session. So now we will have one lunch break. So after that, we will come back and remaining lung functions will finish. After that, we will go for the practical session. Those who are interested to work experience of practical can come in your practical uniform. So we will meet at 2:45, sir.
Yeah,
2:40. We will meet again at 2:45.
Ask them, is it
Practical
okay for
session.
them? Or another 5 minutes?
45 minutes you have.
Is it okay with all of you?
They have working lunch and not a wedding lunch. So no going to room. You have lunch, stay here. Lunch is provided right now.
Yeah, those
they can come, no problem.
I have to also change, okay? So be practical, be passionate. Then only we will learn the thing. Okay?
Next last time you get to learn.
Hey, sir, there will What? Slides ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಸುಮಾರು ಮಿಸ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಸರ್ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ರೆಡಿ ಹಾಂ ಇಂಥ ರೆಡಿ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ No problem. You have lunch and go for going right? No, that video is the high resolution. Yeah, my Next you are taking theory, right? Lung one.
Just 5 minutes I will take. Then
Down.
first